for my walk. That was pretty good time. I stopped at the donation bins too. I think someone left stuff, was it a week or two ago? And I didn't have a bag with me that day either because I wasn't planning on stopping at the store. And my eyesight's bad. And I'm like, is that a person or the stuff over there? I did the same thing today. But I actually went to it. People had already gone through it, which obviously that's going to happen because people were told that we were given incomes and then they shut our incomes off and shut off our communications. Not we have a way to get closed. And anybody would know that by talking to the cops because clearly the cops know. Right? Cops are familiar with homeless people and people that have been destitute for 15 years. So there's a reason why you don't see me walking to Savers anymore. Okay. And you don't see me on a train and you don't see me at AMC theaters. Okay. There's a reason why you don't see me buying food at these stores anymore. Not that can ever be hidden from anybody, even though people think they can do fucked up shit. Just so it's so weird. Like you didn't even have the internet or phones in 1776. So the air temperature is still pretty cool. I know. I was like it's it must be because it's an artificial sun. It's like the opposite of global warming. If people thought it was global warming, maybe that was the discussion with people today. If they were arguing with God about global warming, then why does the air temperature not feel warm? And why are there no clouds in the sky? If it's global warming, why is it just the sun feels hot and not the air? You'd have to go with your atmospheres disappearing, but then why doesn't it become frigid at nighttime? It cools down, but I would think it'd be pretty dang cold if your atmosphere was disappearing, not global warming. The dude who did the whole thing about the inconceivable truth. Even with that, the second that you'd stop burning all that fuel, it would all fall to the ground. So, probably when you're nuking people, I guess it's okay for them to believe in global warming to a certain extent until mass death begins, and then they've got to be told what's going on so they don't panic. It's not something you can catch. But social distancing is definitely needed, so they probably gave that a whirl. This came up too about just out the whole thing about the menopause and this Brian Buchanan, and yeah, it becomes disgusting, doesn't it? Right. Just I don't think people have really changed that much that are my species. It's just if you sort of maybe had a boyfriend or two and then got married and you were married for a long time, it doesn't really come up until you try to go back into the quote unquote dating world. And then, like I said, it's very rare that I actually like a person. So I wouldn't have really had that in my mind. And you go, if that's what it's going to be like, I mean, I'll just stay celibate my entire life. It's just so disgusting to me. Like, why even be sexually attracted to a person if you're not going to end up getting married? That is just gross. I just don't think that's going to be in the future here. Nope. I think for me, every dude I meet will be like meeting Alex and Patrick. And then there's nothing there and you're just friends. Because otherwise it's wicked disgusting. Yeah, that is disgusting to me. It is. It's just gross. Brian Buchanan. Yeah. It is. It's like gross. Just all due respect to you and your species. I will say this. I mean, clearly, you shouldn't go out with people, Brian Buchanan, that you don't like, and then that would never happen. Yeah, that would never happen. Because people wouldn't be holding your hand and kissing and knowing anything about you. Right, because none of that was until after that you agreed to be my boyfriend and all that business started. Right. So, yeah, don't go out with people. Don't agree to be someone's boyfriend when you don't even like the person. Try that on for size. That's why it's pretty ridiculous when you actually go out with someone like that. And you should be sober, right? You should be sober because then obviously you can just go around claiming you were drunk and high for 6 weeks straight. Right? You should be sober because then you go, why did you even go out with the person? You can't run around going, oh, and like you can't run around saying, oh, Britney Spears and stuff when we saw you all over the television. You can't do that. Get it? I'm a straight female, right? But I mean, yeah, it's just we're clearly not your type, Colin Farrell. Never in a day would I want to be Britney Spears. Nope. All due respect to her, just never in a day would I want to be a blonde. Nope. I am quite happy with my brunette status. Never in a day would I want to have all that fat in my top body. Yeah. I don't want to have that. I call it the plain look. I don't want to have that youthful, plain, blonde, sandy brown, redhead. I don't want any of that. I don't want the light eyebrows and nope. Never in a day. Right, Michael Forian? That was so funny. What is that? No. I don't even know if that was him, but if it was him, he actually broke up with her. Yeah, I just went, no, 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 no. What is that? Is that Sandy Brown hair? And she's too short. Look at her body. No. Probably a bunch of us. What is this? What? Ava Gardner? No. Go to psychotherapy. No. As it turns out, I don't think any of us are going to have to worry about that. None of these people are going to be available for rebirthing. Well, in the same nut. Let's see. Oh, God, please. Just the fucking creep factor of like 90-year-olds. See, we're on the same thing. Don't you want to get with me? God would never do that. Because for that very reason, get it? God would never do that. Okay, creepy people. That came up in the walk too. Because it's just topics, which I know you just go, the shittiness of being a complete prick and even going out with an older woman when I know you just like you're gonna cause downtime and take more of her fucking life away from her. That's why I warned women in their 30s, man, if you're not happy in your marriage, you need to get out now. So, anyways, because when you meet the person and you marry them, you don't care about your age. And nobody does, whether you're the same age, whether you're 22, whether you're 42, whether there's 20 years between you. That's just, it's locked in at that moment. In case you didn't know that. All these people with the weirdness where they get rid of their wife and rent someone that's 40 years younger, it's some sort of a sickness within them. I explained it like they can't deal with their own aging. And it was never meant to be anyway. But like a regular couple, they just lock in at that age. And that's how they see each other their whole fucking lives. Not they care about that. It's people that are doing that repetitively, they can't deal with their own life. There's something going on in the machinery that's not right. And clearly they probably didn't marry the right person, but um just going out in life and telling some nasty fucking person that your ex-girlfriend's 52. So she's 42 and thinks she can go out with you now, and she looks like she just got hit by a truck and she looks 62. Remember Bruce Willis when he used to did that interview and someone said something and he goes, "Have you seen my wife?" Right? Like it was some, I don't know, it was some weird question about, I don't know if it was about cheating or something. Yeah, and you just go, he clearly was already brain sick. Like I went over the whole thing. I'm not the be all, but if you would ask my opinion, I don't think he ever intended to remarry. I don't think he ever intended to have more children. It's so gross. You just go, there's at least two of them that are famous. You got the Brian Austin Green, same thing, and Bruce Willis. And you go, oh my God, this poor man. Because I know you just go, she didn't know that he was brain sick. How many people like myself would have to go, what are you doing? That is like nasty. He already has adult children. Why would a man of that age decide he wanted to start having children? Is it weird now that I said that like 12 years ago? He probably is nonverbal now. Was it weird I said that? Fucking break. Can't stand these nasty fucking jars. Lose my mind. I would have to guess that his family at the time was questioning what the hell he was doing. Just didn't you say like he should have had a vasectomy when he got a divorce? That's why, Demi Moore. That's why. Who's the other one? The one that was married to The Rock? Does he have brain disease yet? Diagnosed? Because he's another one. Remember that business? They got to get their vasectomies along with divorce papers, ladies. But I mean, people have been getting brain sick since a long time. They don't have to be in the middle of a brain plague. Why on earth would a man need sperm? When he agreed when he married you, he wasn't going to do that, right? To start the whole thing over again, they got to have vasectomies to get a divorce. No blended families, no modern families, nope. Right. When you don't have children, do whatever you want. When you have children, you're producing people that go out onto an earth and affect other people. There's no reason on earth, we're not monkeys and apes, that you need to produce children with more than one man. That's disgusting. And he doesn't need to produce children with more than one woman. That's disgusting. Okay? Just straight out. I'm talking about my species, which is the other species, mind your own fucking business once and for all. It's disgusting to do. They got to have a vasectomy before they get a divorce. Unless you didn't produce any children. Right. If you got married and just whatever, and then you realized it was a mistake, it's good to realize that and get out of it. But this is the other thing. And after 2011 is a different story. Anything since 2011, you're going to have to account for. Okay. Like you don't use condoms. So you're not trustworthy in a relationship. How did you get someone pregnant out of wedlock? How did that even happen? So you're a danger in terms of STDs because you're dumb. You're dumb and gross. Dumb and gross. Well, and you're probably not Jewish because people have been fooling around. Some people don't agree with it, but people have been fooling around since people had pots and they didn't get pregnant. Just so that's all a beer is? Okay. How do you have a kid out of wedlock? Was that before 2011? He tried to get me to go to a hotel with him too. You go, whoa, that's why I don't have anything. Yikes. Anyways, it's clearly always best to prop a court and only be with one person. Duh. Not that's an ideal world. No such thing as an ideal world. Right. I'm aiming for utopia. That's my job. It's called the taxonomy for a species, gross animals. Right. We are done dealing with you folks. It's called social distance. Not we're a challenge and then you conquer us and go, aha. So that was just so funny. Brain shrinkage and just wasn't there something about energy goes down or something? I go, there's even got to be less energetic than that. That's a 90-year-old woman's future husband right there in Plymouth. Okay. Right, Barbara Kent could do that. She could perform like that laying in a bed day and night. She could be in Jimmy Carter could be in hospice, and that's his new boyfriend. Level of energy. They take a shower, and then all this goes there, and then I have my stuff. And another day, we got one more day. There was a bunch of people out walking today. We got one more day. I got this out again because I never did that stuff with the milk and the water bottles. So it's kind of like a reminder if I'm going to do that today. So, I should see if they want these things with the black tea. I don't know about that, man. I thought it was like salsa water. I would have left it for others had I known what it was, is what I mean. It's called Spindrift Mango Black Tea. It's unsweetened and real squeezed fruit. Made with brewed tea and real mango. I don't know, maybe with some ice or something. It's like iced tea. Okay. Where's the ingredients? Contents under pressure. Contents under pressure. Carbonated water, mango puree, lemon juice, brewed black tea, no sugar added. Well, that might be all right, as long as it doesn't have weird stuff in it. Carbonated water, mango puree, lemon juice. Okay, maybe I'll try it. Yeah, it's like iced tea that's unsweetened in a can. Okay, just making sure it doesn't have any energy in it. I don't like any of that stuff. I'm just like Charles Manson. I don't want anything to do with any of that speed stuff. Herbs with St. John's wort, any of it. Ginseng, none of it. I don't know what they will put in a Diet Coke with lime, but someone stopped giving it to us. I just think they get mad at stuff I like because no one's ever said anything about what was in it. That I can't get it anymore. I called it my go-go juice. I honestly figured it was just I drank more of it. Yeah, like it seems like soda, the caffeine in soda. Is it because it's artificial? It might be because it's artificial. The caffeine in soda, I think, affects you more than coffee. Yeah, coffee doesn't really. I'd have to. You know how much coffee I'd have to drink? A lot, and I'd have to basically be hungover, and drinking a bunch. Like if you don't eat for like 2 days, if you're in like anorexia mode and you're drinking and you don't eat and you drink coffee like that, yeah, then you might get like a panic attack or something that's really because you didn't eat. But if you drink enough of those Diet Coke or limes, you'll be pretty up. You know what actually gives you energy is vitamin B12. Yeah. Anyways, I noticed it when I was in dental school. If you drink one of those, I was probably just drinking more water or something. Those vitamin waters with B12 in it, I actually felt like it was making me feel better. But I don't require any of that now. I was still drinking then, not like all the time, but I was still drinking and I was smoking. That was when I was living with my friend. So I don't even know. She probably would have let me keep living there, but I probably would have had to work. I paid my rent in advance for the whole time that I was going to be going to school. I just handed her a check when I moved in. So after that, it's just making sure I'm clean and getting my own food, not me leaving a mess in her kitchen. Just, I probably should have just stayed there, but obviously you go back to your house where your children are. I was only living there to go to school. It was like 5 minutes from the school, but it was like an hour and a half from my house. But anyways, I couldn't get the dude to divorce me. It was awful. So as you can see, I still can't get him to divorce me. So I just ignore it. Yeah, it's like the most disgusting thing that people have been able to do to a woman that I've ever heard of. Since I got here in 1971, I've never heard of this being allowed in the United States of America. It's really, really gross. And once you allow something, it just spreads and gets worse. But anyway, it's a relief to realize that it's two different species, right? It's a wicked relief, like, oh, okay, so nobody even has to worry about these people cycling back here. And they're not in some sort of a lesson and they're going to evolve slowly into, I know, like, remember all that? That was like a concern of mine, that they're just going to come back here and their attitudes are like, we're going to do this now and then we're just going to cycle back and then we'll think like you do. So what the fuck do we care now? You're never going to care about anything, especially when you realize the actual truth that you never had a chance of coming back here. You're a different species, right? It's just, you don't, if you wanted to do it, you would have done it in 2011. You would have Exodus 20 and then asked God to fix you so that you would be like that. But yeah, you wouldn't go, all right, well, I guess we'll just keep doing this. And then, even though she doesn't like it, it's a process of evolution. And we God would just have us do it. Yeah, right. That's him talking to you, explaining to you the Passover. I agree. Exactamundo. Yeah. So I figure this is the worst that Almighty God's going to allow you to do. And for some people, it was actually worse than this. So that's the worst that you're going to be allowed to do. That's within God's allowance. Not you wouldn't get worse, but that's the worst he's going to allow you to do here. So, yeah, let me think. Yeah, I got that. Before I start to get super cold. Excuse me. Yeah, it's probably not going to work out with that shirt. I'm probably going to be too cold. I think tomorrow I'm going to have to do laundry. This. So, this open. It looks like I just put the same pants on, but they're actually a different pair of jeans. They're similar to the other jeans that I just got at the shelter, by the way. I wouldn't even have these to wear. Just why a person isn't supposed to be able to have clothing that she picks out for herself. Even I wouldn't buy clothes that was used anyway. That's just me, but out of the extinction. So, bunch of people yelling. Bunch of people yelling. Which is definitely understood, believe me. Definitely understood. Just not a reason on God's green earth to be doing that to that woman. Level of disgust is palpable, as they say. This goes over there. I was glad to see people outside walking, right? Because clearly you're now in the 5th year, right, of animals telling you to be in a lockdown for no reason. Like we're all elderly people that people are afraid are going to walk around outside into people's yards and shit. That's why he tells her it's a lockdown, because she was doing that. She was going outside even at night, and she kept talking about going to the neighbor's house, and she'd be in their driveway and shit. She kept thinking she was supposed to go to the next door house. I think God's explaining your extinction, right? That's good for me to know, because I explain it to basically your children, since you're probably the mother of the species. They want to believe other people. They don't acknowledge that. Especially when they all think they're somebody's mother, right? Just pretty sure the mother of your species lays in a bed downstairs that you people don't give a fuck about. And you just project that out like I'm supposed to continuously give a fuck about her. I don't think human men care what I'm talking about. I don't, because since 2011, we all went, this is, you're not going to Exodus 20? Okay. You don't like a celibacy and a sobriety program? You don't want proper courting? Oh, you're actually admitting it now? Okay. I was talking over there on the bridge, like some of the business that goes on with me. People, believe it or not, that are famous, probably more so than a lot of the population, right? You just go, okay, so it's because they're animals. It's probably not really because you're famous. It's probably because they're animals, yeah. Like if you didn't know that people did that to people that aren't famous, they do. So yeah, it's I could see when you're famous and you have connections and you have money, just the number of times where a person think you're in a relationship or yeah, and then the person wants to know if you can hook them up with one of your friends or something, and you just go, what? They think that that's normal. Or just here comes a psycho. Like, yeah, some you probably had animals around you, a lot of you folks, and you just thought it had something to do with like gold diggers and stuff, and people that are trying to climb up the fame. Yeah, maybe, but I mean, a lot of it is probably because you're not regular people, so you don't know what life is for regular people. All you know is being famous and being rich. So you don't know. But some people that are wealthy, if they're smart, it's different now than it used to be. Some people that are wealthy, if they're smart, they make sure that no one knows who they are. Right, Barbara Hutton? Who's this? No, we're not shaking hands with them. Right. Or, well, you go ahead and I'll be over there. And don't mention you know me. Yeah, just no photograph stuff. I don't do all that. Like, she likes the celebrities. Oh my bleeping. Talk like a truck driver, not just I do. Oh my God. Bleep. Is that Kevin Smith? Who is Kevin Smith? I don't know. That's just probably it's not something I do now. It's just right before 2011 in a drunken thing. Oh God, who is Kevin Smith? Like, am I supposed to know who that is? Is it someone we met on a cruise? Did I go back to his cabin? Right, just oh, he's a celebrity. Okay. I feel bad now because I shouldn't have given her the advice I did. I definitely feel bad because I go, oh, he's here with his daughter and stuff. Yeah, let's be respectful. And they walked this way and totally just she could have just went, hi, and I messed it up for him. Yeah, because later on, as we were leaving, some dude went right up to him and shook his hand and everything, and he didn't seem bothered. And I told her not to do it. So yeah, I felt bad when I saw that. I went, oh, he doesn't even care. He's one of those. Yeah, I mean, he's walking around. He doesn't even have a hat and sunglasses on. He had the same sports jersey. I didn't know anything about him. I had to look it up. And he was doing some talk or something in Orlando. And it's like he clearly was not trying to blend in. And I didn't know that, right? So I gave her the wrong advice. Well, she's famous too, so he wouldn't have known that at the time, I guess. But let's see. So you don't know that there's people. Well, maybe they have friends that are regular people, and they told them. Yeah, just that happens to me too. Yeah, just that's going on in regular America too. There's probably women from the PTA and all that, and it's just they speak in a different way. But if you got to be friends with them, and you were out for coffee or something, and they'd be like, yeah, I've been married a long time, but I mean, it happens to me sometimes. People don't know that's my husband, and I see them talking to them. Or like some people, even when you say it's their husband, you can see that they're still sort of like flirting with them and stuff. Yeah, it's like weird. Believe me, I hear you. I become over paranoid about things because of that. Yeah. I don't, I immediately find someone, at least less when I find out they're with someone. That's just me because it's a whole thing. That's why this Brian thing wouldn't have lasted long term because you got to have compliments. And we weren't around like basic females. I would have noted, I would have noticed it right away because he'd probably be checking them out and stuff. Anybody that was even remotely attractive, yeah, he would probably be doing that. It would have been over. Just no, we're done. Anyways, um, what was the other thing that came up in the walk I was talking about? It was something about that. About Carmen Electra, which probably isn't even true, and you can prove it that anybody that feels if someone knows where the dude is, right? So you go, anybody that just because they don't tell me stuff doesn't mean they don't know something, right? I'm clearly in some sort of horrifying communications a blackout, not that's reality. And you go, what the fuck? Like, you still haven't told her if that guy's even living? Yeah, and that's pretty much done. Right. I'm pretty much done with that. And then I just go on to the next thing day to day to day. They would just keep doing that. It's been 13 years, the six minors. We're in the 14th year of it. They're never going to say anything about Brian Buchanan. They're profoundly insane. And then that becomes they get away with something for a certain amount of time by just refusing to do anything. And then they just go about their lives. And that's the new thing. And you can do that to anybody. That's why they have to be put down. That's why they're being put down. So, anyways, uh, I gave up on the topic because it was going to reach like a boiling point with me. So I gave up on it. Like God did what God was going to do with that, and then I know what God is explaining to me, and then just leave it at that. Okay, so it's just about people's personas and getting through the rest of the Passover and all of that, and just the level of fakery, pretending, purposeful cock blocking, separating groups of people, all of it. I don't have to keep talking about it because I'd go insane and just start screaming and never stop screaming. But I uh, God doesn't really leave me that unawares so that people can't prey on me. And it helps social distancing in terms of me socializing with people or anything. Yeah, because I wouldn't do it. Yeah, like people that are forced to do things like they have to talk to the animals at a DTA office, for example. Otherwise, like just life is not a courtroom where you go, well, this might put me in jail, so yeah, just what is it? So, anyways, that's not a friend, by the way. If people ever wanted to have a friend, you don't have a friend that your friendship is. You can never be yourself because uh, they supply your food or they can put you in jail or whatever. They can shut your internet off. That's not a friend. So, anyways, what was the other thing? Oh, it was something about the Brian Buchanan thing. Oh, about Carmen Electra. There's many a female that has a Carmen Electra look, right? That could totally go around that dude just enough for him to ask her out or something, and then just be like, don't do weird stuff like go out with them and then go aha, but just okay. So I, you can't say anything to them. You just do it for your own enjoyment. And it's just, okay, well, basically you're full of shit. Because you told Mary that Carmen Electra is no good, she looks used up, that you don't think she's hot. That's what you said. I think some chicks know if they look somewhat like her. So anybody who tried to go out with you, go, you told your ex-girlfriend, your ex-fiance, that Carmen Electra looks washed up, used up. Used up, that was your term. Like that chick would ever go out with you? Okay. And then you thought that the Shakira person, who wasn't even pretty, is the hottest thing. Then why were you hanging around with Mary? You're so fucking abusive, dude. Has anybody ever, maybe Jeremy would, just, did you show her, like, you are nothing but a groom factory? She wasn't fucking kidding. Did you put on a telephone a Shakira video, like a whore in fucking a bikini and thrusting her fucking hips around? And go, oh yeah, like that was fucking great. That's called grooming. Why are you grooming a fucking female for sex? What the fuck, dude? You're one fucked up spud. I haven't seen shit like that since I saw a dude doing that to like a 14-year-old boy. That is what sex offenders do. Why are you trying to groom your fucking fiance with a chick? Are you grooming yourself so you can sit next to this person that you don't even want to fucking go out with? Like, what the fuck is that? They can see you on that fucking phone and hear you on a microphone. So why were you even sitting with me doing that? Get it? You go, what the fuck is this, dude? Go bang some retarded fucking blonde and leave this fucking woman alone. I gotta speak like that about myself, yeah. Because apparently I don't, it seems like nobody else fucking did it. Right? Yeah, just that's why, was that wrong? I said on a Rumble video. You just go, this dude is like nothing but words and phrases and grooming and his fucking brain matter. Just go, what the hell? Karen told me she went on a date with some dude that did that to her too. Because these are male sex offenders. It's like weird. I remember that on Mount Beach. She told me, she goes, I go to this guy's house because I'm like trying to date this guy. And I go to his house and he has pornography on his fucking TV every time I go over there. Yeah, I know. You just go, what do you, Al did it at Framingham State College. And it was like a room of us. We were getting ready to go out drinking. I was an RA, he was an RA. Was everybody there an RA? Oh, they were friends of his. I can't remember. Oh yeah, you go, why are you grooming us? I know, it's just the weirdest fucking thing. Does your family, do your abusers know that you're in college doing that to people you're in college with? Because some of these people flipped out and wanted everybody's head cut off and everybody off the internet. I think that people around them know. Yeah, all you people that flipped out. I think the people around them know because they go out into the world and it's beyond obvious. You just go, you're grooming me on a date. Okay, you need to go to psychotherapy. Karen. I just remember her telling me about it, and I go, "Oh my god!" And then he was doing some weird thing. Yeah, because he's a sex offender. That's all she hangs out with is sex offenders. It's like, Karen, really? That's why they're so weird. It's Quincy. So she's on the phone. This will be my fake phone, right? And she's explaining to me what he's doing. That's all abusive behavior, Karen. Yep, it's all abuse behavior. Like they're a salesperson and they're doing like a limited time offer on her. That's what he kept doing. Like he was punishing her. Yeah, he's a sex offender because he's just repeating abuse. That is like weird shit, man. Just what happened? Oh, now he's not going to meet with me because I didn't show up at the ding of 10 o'clock and this and that. Oh my God, Karen, what you've got to break up with this person. That is gross. Well, I mean, yes, the people that are not victims of abuse might not know that, but other people just go, whoa, stranger danger right there. So that's why I said that. It's like this dude, everything that comes out of his mouth is grooming. It's never a good idea to sexually abuse mentally retarded people. I know some people think that that's the opportunity to do it. It's you're gonna get caught. You are gonna get caught. Yep. Just all they're gonna do. Their entire thing is repeat to everybody what you were just doing. It's different than a regular kid too, and it's like a probably a common mistake that people make that are gross, right? Where they just go, "Oh, this kid's retarded," and then all the kid's gonna do is repeat what you were just doing. You can't even get them to be the fear and the secrets and now this is something we don't tell other people about. They're just going to go around doing that and going, now this is something we don't tell other people about because they're mentally retarded. Shakira. What the fuck? You're grooming yourself on a date with me? Please go away. I know you. I should have. Yeah, that should have clicked in my head too. You go, dude. You like blondes? Okay, she's completely plain looking, and she's a blonde, and she's a whore, and she's like her body shape and everything is different than mine. Please go away. Right? That is like fucking crazy. That would be like if I decided I was gonna go out with a fat dude, and then I'm like, oh my god, look at that guy. Oh yeah, like wow, nice abs. It's like completely fucking abusive because you're so screwed up. Good lord. Right, I got to transfer over there. Put the socks over there. What did I do with the? Was the shirt on the thing? The shirt's got to be on the bed somewhere, right? That I didn't put on yet. I'm still warm. I'm not cold yet. The shower helps. Yeah, the shower definitely helps. That was one thing I learned, but I was doing that stuff in the wintertime. Oh my god. My lips would turn blue. I'd just be like, oh. Yeah, just like all of a sudden, just horrifyingly cold. All right, here's the shirt. This goes over there. No, this goes here. Where's my other one? That goes over there. Well, we'll find out next week when we got to go up the hill if how old we're actually getting, if we're running out of energy or not. And then I got to do this one. Let's see what's going on with the ooze. Oh my god. Did everybody see that dog? I'm not having a hallucination, right? At the beginning of the walk, there was a woman walking a little Toto dog, right? And it had a jacket on that was the same color as my jacket. Yeah, I don't know if she's just sort of doesn't want people to talk to her, which I understand completely, believe me. Or she didn't get it. Because I like sort of like, I didn't really exactly talk to her. I was talking to the dog and I went, nice coat. And she just kind of was like, I don't know if she got it. Your dog has the same color coat on as mine. Right on the same corner that I screamed at that dude, yeah. Well, females are not men. I know it's inappropriate for men to talk to me, but as you can see, females never do it. They never ever do it. I shouldn't say never ever. It's happened like once on uh, Truman Parkway. They just don't. Women are not friendly, right? Because I know you just go. That speaks it all. That's why, because that's not why dudes are trying to talk to me. They're not just being friendly. Like a sidewalk is not a social gathering. So some of them, I think it's a teaching too. Oh, we're gonna go out. We're gonna say hello to everybody in the streets because we're all one family. Okay, I'm not in it though. Yeah, I'm not like a cold-hearted, distant. You don't want anything to do with me. Yeah, I'm not part of that. You guys can do that all the live long day. Okay, but I I would sort of suggest that males really only do that with other males. So, and yes, females are allowed to say hello to males. That's just the way life works, not the other way around. You most certainly can, as a male, just to completely ignore a female that says hello to you. And she shouldn't get pissed and start screaming at you and tell you you smell like, I don't know, what would a dude smell like? Fish? So, right. Right, a dude could tell a female to stop talking to her. Yeah, that's valid, but it doesn't usually happen. Yeah, I think females are generally just saying hello. Yeah, and not there like, hey, what's going on? Because those are sex offenders. I don't know any dude that's actually planning on meeting a female on the sidewalk. Remember the one that got mad about calling the cops because that guy wouldn't stop talking to her at a dog park? And people, it seemed like it's possible that people, it was a topics discussed and not people actually thought that she was wrong. Was you tell? Am I messing up what it was? Was you telling her to put the dog on a leash? Then that's something Yeah, I might have mixed it up. Is that what was going on? I watched it once, like, but it was a while ago. Did you see the one with the dog off the leash? Don't say anything to her. Let the cops deal with it. Yeah. Um, in my opinion, she's trying to get in a fight. Of course, I was talking. I didn't have my. Oh, I did have my phone in the pocket, but you probably can't hear me because it's in a zipper thing. Of the cops deal with it. It's Massachusetts law that your dog has to be leashed, isn't it? It's not by a town, right? Don't say anything to her. Let the cops deal with it. They're law enforcement. This is why I believe she's doing it on purpose. Okay. If you had a dog, right, and you cared about it, and you got confused that a public park would picnic tables is a dog park that you can let your dog go off leash. And you believe that your dog has a right to be off leash wherever. Would you let your dog off leash cross a highway with you? Or would that be the one time where you would put your dog on a leash? I don't think she even cares about her dog, is what I'm saying. Because that's a highway, that's not even a road. It wasn't on a leash, right? It wasn't an optical illusion. I've been attacked by a dog, yep. Straight out attacked and bitten by a dog, yep. When I was like in junior high school. Anyone's dog is capable of biting someone. Does it wear a collar on its neck? Then it has to be on a leash. It's not a fucking coyote. It's not a wild coyote. There's dog parks in Massachusetts, you know, that they can be let off leash and run around. And people have backyards. That's why people buy houses. That's why people get a Section 8 so they can have a dog in the backyard. It isn't in danger of harming anyone. Or endanger itself by getting in a fight with another dog. Or dart out and get hit by a car and you have no way to save the dog's life. I don't have a hatred for domesticated dogs, but I probably have a slight dislike for them. Yeah. Especially certain breeds. And it's made worse by their owners. Probably. If I wanted a dog's snout in my crotch, I'd marry your mother. I'm sure someone has probably said that to those people at least once. Eating almonds and raisins? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I even did that. I went, who is this guy she was with? And then I went, Okay. Well, it's not Brian Buchanan, but that I went, whoa. Some of these people are older than me. There you go. And he's younger than me. Yeah, so you go. That doesn't even mean that, right? It's like the groomer decides what the grooming is, not the person. That's when you know to stop going out with someone, yeah, because you go, okay, you don't even know what you like. You're trying to groom me with Shakira, and I'm a female. Never in a day do I like women either. You go, grooming? Why do I need grooming? Is that why you're going out with me? We watch grooming? We watch weird music videos? No. I know. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Karen, right? Michael's mother. You just go, that's pretty insulting right there. You go, I'm sure she was probably like, why would we? All right, I got to get away from you. I'm not Lupus Mary. I'm not Toilet Toilet. Why would we need this on? That's how people get completely messed up in their heads. How did the people that flipped out about TikTok fail? I would think they'd feel actually way calmer with the prospect that no one's going to have a life. It's lockdown, day and night. Uh oh. I don't know. You got brute cops out there. I don't even know what these people look like because he's turned around when I walk by. I don't think he's advertising to me. Well, probably not. Probably not, all due respect. But clearly, someone like me, so be prepared for this if you're a cop and you're trying to go out with homeless people. Um, they all know A. Brian Buchanan. Yeah. By this point in time, yes. They all have 6 children or something like that in 14 years, and they have a Brian Buchanan. So if you don't know something, you don't know something either. And just tell them that. Go, we know. We don't know what the fuck's going on either. Yeah. We cannot believe how fucking criminally insane people are. We're fucking stunned and spooked. But we still have to be cops because these people are gonna be fucking contained for the rest of the time. Or when you ask, they look into it and then go, yeah, he's still alive. I guess he's doing this, that, and the other. And clearly you're not making it up. Anybody, whether they like them or not, you go, where the fuck is the person I was engaged to be married to? Oh. I went over for fucking 9 months how quote unquote bad he is, but that doesn't answer what the fuck he is. It's probably maybe just a coincidence or it's meant to be funny. But anyways, nope. There are some people that wouldn't even do what I did, where the one cop you know in a city, as soon as he tries to say hi to you, the first fucking words out of my mouth were, "Have you seen Brian Buchanan?" Some people wouldn't even talk to you anymore. Because people don't know what's going on. So some people I thought would have access to certain information, but it's right. It's better to just leave it alone, honestly. That's what I was saying. I think it's meant to be funny, to be honest with you. But the people on the TikTok who went, "No, we are not TikTok," and then drove more. Like they injected themselves with mercury because we said something about the flu. That it gives people the flu. And then some people even reminded we didn't have health insurance. At that time, we had no health insurance. Okay. And then people purposely got flu shots. It's all part of it, in case you're wondering. It's all part of it. I watched 3 people in a house downed for about a day and a half with diarrhea, just laying in a bed flat because they all decided they were going to get a flu shot. It didn't get people sick that year. It was the next year. So, mercury poisoning. Hence why you were told not to get them. But it is what it is. It's almighty. Rebecca Donahue did it too, right in front of my face. At the shelter. She even goes, "Oh yeah, so Mary said there was mercury in it," and they didn't deny that there was mercury in it, and she still did it. After these people were told how sick everyone gets in the shelter, because people in the shelter get pneumonia shots and flu shots, so she purposely bought one. Whoa. Right. The same Rebecca that kept popping up whenever I was hanging out with Patrick. No idea what that dude's status is. Right. Stuff like that. It wouldn't surprise me. At what point would a person almost deserve to get HIV? At what point? If a person was courting someone and wouldn't have sex with them because she's uh, not going to have sex with someone outside of marriage, and then you decide that you're going to have sex with that person, should you deserve to get HIV? Like you're knowing what you're doing is what I'm saying. It's not just someone who didn't know about me. You're knowing what you're doing. That's why you're doing it. If you partake in prostitution, do you deserve to get HIV? It's a topic question to see what those people would say. Have they ever tried to sue somebody for giving them HIV when when it was a prostitute that gave it to them? Because it sounds like some of them do. They expect prostitutes to go to prison for the rest of their lives for giving them HIV. People are really weird. One, why are you partaking in prostitution? Two, why would you partake in prostitution without condoms? I understand the law, but it should really only apply to rapists, right? Or if you're going out with someone and you think it's monogamous, because people don't deserve to get HIV because they don't believe in marriage before sex. I'm not saying that. right? If someone is a cheater, right? If you got tested and you think you're in a monogamous relationship and you're on the pill or something, right? Then yeah, right? Because sometimes things that people do gross Jim Morrison, they don't understand why a person would go, not only are you never talking to me again, some of those women were like, I will destroy your fucking life. You lie about who you're having sex with or that you're having sex with anyone in this day and age, right? Some people make up shit like, oh, a woman scorned. Maybe you should find out what happened. A woman scorned? Or a dude going around telling every chick he's with how mad and love he is and stuff. And you ask him if he's screwing other people, and he outright tells you no. And then all of a sudden, oh, I've only been with this many people in 6 months' time. You fucking bastard. Notice how I never saw that guy again after that day? Yeah, I have some fucking martinis right now. Every time I'm with you lately, I don't want to drink. And then all of a sudden, you know what? Yeah, pour as much fucking alcohol down my throat as I can drink. Never in a day would I decide to not be with another dude after that. It wasn't that type of thing. And I was like 37. I wouldn't do that now when I'm going to be 53, but I can understand it. I mean, I don't have sex with people. Right. You never know. Maybe she tried courting and just each and every time, nothing but the same shit. Each and every time, nothing but the same shit. And she's probably like me. I explained this to Jen Vickery in 2016. Never in a day. I already went through all that. I was with someone for 20 years of my life. I gave up 20 years of my life. I'm never in a day settling. I'll just stay single. I am not a disgusting cat that needs to have a penis. Right? Just that's insane. So you go, nope, same shit, nope, same shit, nope, same shit, bye. Especially someone who still has money. Like some other females, you just go, nope, same shit, same shit, same shit, no thank you. Oh my god. Women like that, if you were on the train with me that day that Paul with the DOG was talking, talk about going to jail for assault and battery. I was just like, you need to get away from me. I think I said, fuck. You need to get the fuck away from me right now. I'm not listening to that monkey jargon coming out of your mouth. I've never heard him talking like that. Oh, it's unfortunate that you've never been able to really bond with anybody. You're such a beautiful woman. I will punch you in the fucking ball sack. Get the fuck away from me. Jesus God. No, because he saw me with Brian. I said, oh, this is my boyfriend that day. So obviously he knew I had a boyfriend. And then did I tell him that we broke up or somebody else did? I probably told him because otherwise I would have wondered how he knew that. Right. And you just go, I know. They do. I think they do. They act like it's a fucking tragedy that you. I don't know what that is. You just go. So, anyways, I actually don't care about that, Paul, with the DOG. Okay, and it's like, oh my god, we have to social distance. because every woman on this fucking land piece is going to start is it called lancing? We are going to start cutting off your dick and balls. You people are so disgusting. So social distance, you need to stick to your chars. You probably have no idea anymore how fucking disgusting you are. Like, that's your reaction to what's happened to me? And this fucking shit going on, you agree with it. And then you go, oh, it's unfortunate that you can't. I can't fucking bond. Not I'm a fucking hostage and someone's shutting off all my ability to travel around a fucking land piece and use a telephone or social media. Show you fucking unfortunate. Take your last fucking breath. Exactly. That's what unfortunate means. So apparently that's what they say if they could fucking talk in a jungle. It's part of dementia. It literally becomes anything that is going to cause you to flip out and beat the fuck out of them. I swear to God, just probably because they're like level 16 sex offenders, but they have dementia now, so they're becoming dangerous even to me. So yeah, if you're out in the on subways and shit, you're wondering how the fuck are people talking to another person like that? So you'll stay the fuck away from them because they're probably rapists. So I mean, it's like what was the thing about um it was something about the TikTok thing. It's true, but it's sort of like the twisted sadistic version of what God is telling you. We can't live unless you people are not here in this bodily form. That is true. So like every reincarnation I am held a hostage. Am I going to write a book about menopause now? This is not about the women from last night, by the way, because I honestly think that was a joke and explaining, since there's no way for them to actually talk to me, explaining like, right, just we've all met a Brian. Don't let these people get to you, please. Right, just so anyways, yeah, this what I do every reincarnation. So now, because it's been 14, we're in the 14th year now. Am I writing? Is that my purpose, that I help everybody through menopause? Jesus fucking Christ. So from the cradle to the grave, someone holds me, keeps me a fucking hostage. And every year it's a different excuse about why that's going on. Then clearly, what is God telling you there? Eventually that's going to end, right? Right. Because that's fucking insane. Everybody on the planet that is probably my species goes, yeah, exactly. Like, this is people. We thought we made it clear to you folks that we weren't going to do this anymore. And then it seemed like you shoved it in our face like a piece of shit. And then you thought you concocted a way to keep doing it like forever. That is what you've done. So that's got to be God explaining to you folks, No, like you weren't getting it what God was telling you. Right. You probably made up all these weird doctrines, which are probably not new, that like Candy was saying, where there's literally, because I heard her talking to Jared too. Jared was asking her questions at one point. And probably having his fucking mind blown by what she was saying. He probably couldn't believe what she was saying. Um, Certain topics that never came up before. And then in 2011, everybody thing from all their previouss are there. And their personas apparently were slightly lifted at that point. Okay. Um, right, just now we can say what we want, and there's some people that are getting money printed, and there's people that are destroying people's lives, and they deserve it and stuff. I'm sure. So anyway, she was telling him basically there's people that are created that are always people's slaves, and that the people that are keeping them prisoner, hostage, slave, are doing them a favor by giving them work, because otherwise what are they doing? Whoa. Okay. So you're not stuck in the system then. Okay. Yeah, I probably should, because it's probably mean. Is he still with her? Let me find out. I went over this before because I was interested in what was going on in his life, and then I was like, "What is this?" It's a new topic now about judging people on people they've slept with. Yeah, it's a new topic now. Oh, he's actually younger than me. He's 47. Whoa. All right, let's see. Personal life. Da, 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 da. It's probably someone like Patrick. He suffers from insomnia and has suffered from occasional bouts of depression and dark thoughts. Oh, God. I don't have any depression at all, and I don't have insomnia. The only time I had anything like insomnia was when I was like in high school in that house. And I would stick, because it was summer break, and I'd stay up like watching old films, old black and white films all summer long, and I'd stay up till about 11 o'clock in the morning. Or like, no, that's probably not right. I'd probably stay up till about 5 or 6 in the morning, and then I'd sleep till like 11. I don't know if is that considered insomnia. That's still almost 6 hours of sleep, right? Yeah. I think there was one summer I did that, and I also took up knitting. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably because it was school break, and I watched a lot of television. It's like a chaotic house or something, so it's like your quiet time. But I never get depression. It's just not in me. Okay. Angelina Jolie. Ugh. Demi Moore. Please. Who's Amelia Warner? What does she look like? Is she blonde too? They don't have her picture here. I just want to know what she looks like. Is she a blonde? Why would she not have her photo here? People are really fucked up. Okay, so your photo's not in your wiki? I know. Don't become famous. Don't be a model. Don't go out with Colin Farrell if you don't want your photo in your wiki. How are you a model and you don't want your photo in your wiki? Okay, that's bizarro. Okay, she's a brunette. Okay, she's a brunette. She has skin like Ava Gardner. Right, let me see. How do you then sleep with Britney Spears? You're all over the place. You went out with her first, right? Okay. Was she in? You met her at the premiere of Quills. Is she a fan? Good God. Is she like 14 years younger than you or something? Angelina Jolie is gross, dude. I know, just that's two so far. Britney Spears, who isn't gross, but what is that? Like, what was going on with this Amelia Warner person? How do you end up sleeping with Britney Spears? That just seems like something that's gross. Other than gross Jim Morrison, they're all brunettes. Yeah, like that's why I'm saying that. And clearly, I explained the L thing. That's not someone that I would know. There's none of that. It's not even a romance. It's forced sleep and just gross. Never in a day would I willingly go out with someone that's fat. That's disgusting. Yeah, just. Who's Nicole? He likes models. Are you just going out with models because you're Colin Farrell? This one doesn't have a photo either? Okay. Are you prostitutes or models? Playboy, Playmate? Oh my God. Yeah, like he clearly has like a penchant for just nasty chicks. He's one of those. It doesn't mean maybe you couldn't be friends with them, but clearly. Good God. Is he other species? Does anybody know? It's possible. Yeah, I mean, if he was the other species, it's like it's like a distraction for men. So they leave men alone and they just concentrate on repeatedly pulling a monkey's dick. Exactly. Because these chicks are nasty, that's why. She's 49, this one. Okay. What does she look like? The fuck? That is well, this one definitely sounds like a prostitute and she's calling herself a model. Oh my God. Okay. So you went out with a black chick too? He is like gross, this dude. That's why you're gross. You put your dick in anything. That's the epitome of gross. Yep, that is the epitome of gross. So what is the deal with this? She's not even pretty. Okay. He likes like nasty, nasty women. How do you end up screwing a whore when you look like that? He's definitely got issues. Yeah, he's probably other species. I'm kind of calling it now that he's the other species. So, how did I lost his wiki already? Hold on. Ugh. It is. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy being that hot. That Brian Buchanan person is hot too, and you go, "Oh my God, you're not even a person." It's got to be a distraction for human men. It because forced breeding is over, okay, and then they get distracted with what am I on images? They get distracted with because attract women that are actually attractive go, oh my God, just like I did, and then they go, oh yeah, 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 and they've all got to spread their vaginal lips for them. That is what happens. Yep. And you just go, oh my God, how did you literally? And he admits it in his wiki. or someone is informing you of it, that he wouldn't admit it in his fucking wiki unless they told you. Sex tapes. Oh my god, it gets worse. Okay. Uh, okay, so the one that he had a kid with is a model too. What's the deal with her? Was she trying to make bank? Because these other chicks didn't have his kid. Okay. And they weren't married. That was in 2003. Yeah, I mean, that's really, yeah, I don't want to say something about, it's really unfortunate about the child. Yeah. But forced breeding is over. So I don't know if, is it possible that she is a human being and she's just dumb? Because that was before 2011. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck, dude? How is she a model? How is that person a model? It does it, that's attractive? Yeah, he's definitely got something wrong with them. I don't know because you won't stop screwing people that are clearly not genetically good. So yeah, he's probably just like a wicked, attractive, neutered male primate, and it's like serving as a distraction. Okay, she is not even pretty. How is that person a fucking model? That's weird. What was going on with people like Britney Spears? Was she on drugs then? Okay, that's probably what happened. What about Demi Moore? Is she ever been a drug user? I guess I'm wondering when you clearly are attractive females. So is it because, yeah, I mean, you might not be my species. Was it because you just go, oh God, and everybody else thought this guy was hot? Why would you sleep with someone that's that disgusting? That's what I'm wondering. Like, are they drug? Were they on drugs? Like, what caused you to? Because that Brian guy, nobody around, nobody that I know of ever thought that. Like, I didn't know anybody that was trying to go out with him. I didn't know anybody that had sex with him. I didn't know anybody that thought he was anything but gross, to be quite frank. So you go, what caused you people to literally have sex with someone that's that gross? Were you not viewing it as gross? Yeah, I view it as gross. I care about like what a person's doing with his life and who he's sleeping with. It's just weird that it's in a wiki. Like, okay, here's another one. Jesus Christ. Then someone's writing a book where she's talking about, yeah, I mean, this guy is pretty much ruined for ever being married to anyone. Yeah, this is like just gross. And now there's a chick writing a book about it too. Okay. She's saying they plan to have a child together. Okay, so these are not human beings. There's not a way. Even before 2011, he discussed having another child out of wedlock. Okay. Okay, he had a second kid. Okay, so he's kind of weird and gross, this guy. What's this one look like? He doesn't even like white women, apparently. Okay. She doesn't look white to me, this person that he had a kid with. Is she white and she has a tan or something there? She's at least decent looking. Yeah, the other one he had a kid with is nasty looking. That's why I was wondering how she was even a model. But I mean, you females have really got issues. I just don't think you're my species. So I don't know what you're doing with your lives now, but I hope you're doing what you want to do because it's the end of your species. Okay. And he made a sex tape with the Playboy model one. I know, you just go. Like, when he was doing this shit, he realized he was fathering children, right? And the children grow up and he's making a fucking sex tape. Jesus Christ. Then he had a stalker. And the person's name is Desiree Bradford. Oh my God. What has he been doing with himself since 2010? Is he celibate now? Yeah, because I don't know, man. I It's kind of surprising you don't hear. There's nothing else in the wiki about what he's been doing. Like even about drug addiction recovery. There's nothing. Recreational drugs and painkillers, like. And then he had a sex tape. Was he trying to become more famous or something? Like, does he have brain disease possibly? Because it seems weird. Yeah, is it possible he has brain disease? It's just his wiki completely ends basically at, well, it looks like he's still in films. It says in 2022 he was in a film. He played Penguin in the Batman. Okay. How do you have two children in a sex tape? Yeah, that's. Anyways, this is something I don't know. I don't know what the person's been doing since 2011. You go, that's that's a life of celibacy. Well, he's already 47, and everybody's going to die from lung cancer. So, yeah, it's not like he's going to live another 40 years celibate. Probably. Like, if he's the other species, I'm sure he'd be able to find a child to marry him. They don't care. I know you just. It's Colin Farrell, right? Just like that was just disgusting. What I just had to endure reading that, it was like gross. This is kind of the thing about homeless dudes too. You don't go click and then the person has a wiki, right? You just go. You're really better off not knowing that stuff. Yeah, other people in recovery just go, yeah, well, obviously I'm in recovery. I'm a drug addict, and I couldn't even tell you. Like, I don't really remember people, but yeah, obviously I wasn't even in relationships. They're just all disgusting. And that's what I thought that Brian guy was doing. Yeah, I'm not really judgmental about it, but this sort of thing. And he doesn't have any children. He doesn't want children. Yeah. So if you're someone who had children and you insist that you've got to father them, probably just stay celibate. I'm not sure that any woman of my species would want anything to do with that. I'm just being honest. Um, that's a lot, right? Because it's like, it's not the fact that they're models, but that they're not models. They seem like they're whores. Like you have a, I don't know what that is. If you went through a process over 15 years, you could explain it to people. It's like they're not even like models. They're just nasty whores. And then yeah, and then the business with you, you basically will put your dick in anything. So it's weird. It, it's probably just opportunity and constantly being bombarded with pussy in your face. I'm sure, especially I don't know. It doesn't even sound like he can blame drugs on it. Why even court anybody for marriage if yeah like it, the opportunity is you would put your dick in anybody. I mean that's like non-white women, white women. I think most of them, none of them are old. None of them are older than him, right? But they're all sort of like loose. So he clearly doesn't like ladies, and there's nothing about like people that are chaste and stuff that he cares about. So why even have a wife at all? Maybe that's what he's doing now, and it's just not in a wiki. He hasn't gotten another one pregnant yet, so it's not in a wiki. That doesn't seem like a man that cares about many of the concepts and stuff that I've been talking about for 13 years. So it's your whole species. So it's not really anything to worry about. Wherever it is you folks are going, you'll all conform to the same set of morality, right? Or you won't be this. You all won't be the same species, so you won't even know. You won't even know who's missing or any of that. Right? Just try to enjoy the rest of your time and that sort of thing. Yeah, that was the positive thing about Brian. He basically was like, yeah, I'm a whore, and obviously it's as disgusting as you probably would think it is. And clearly, I don't even remember these fucking people's names the next day, and I don't want children. I don't have any children. I don't want any children, just like Alex was saying. It wouldn't even matter to a lady, by the way, if they fathered a person. You can't force a man to acknowledge a sperm. Yeah, it's not DOR time anymore. Yeah. Just that's not going to be a reality here. And even if they're forced to pay child support, you can't force them to be involved in someone's life. It becomes obviously abusive to your own child to do so. That's what's so sad about it. It's really sad to put males in this DOR thing. It really is. It's very, very sad. But they clearly don't want anything to do with those sperms. That's not what makes a parent. And it shows people's attitudes about adoption. Just, I think it's interesting, people that don't believe in marriage, but they're clearly not my species if they don't believe in marriage, especially to have children. That's really sort of the, like, George Clooney got married and had children. He didn't have children out of wedlock. He might have been doing what he was doing, but he didn't produce any children. And right, when they do it repeatedly, so I'm not judging this person, but if you were my species and he wanted to go out with you, I would tell you to avoid him like the plague. That's what I'm saying. Anybody that views a live stream, if he was trying to go out with you, you go, well, we spoke with Mary. Um, yeah, I mean, they would know because they would have had a conversation with them, and it's not reflective in the wiki. But you're like, where is like a paragraph of regret and right, a spiritual awakening, some sort of like massive drug problem, something that happened in 2011 where I know just he no longer is like, how is he going to stop being in children's lives that he was already in their lives with? It's like impossible because that's abusive to the children, right? As opposed to some other dudes where right from the beginning it was just some of the females did these men a favor by what they did, by the way. People like Alex, and I don't know if Brian fathered any children. It wouldn't surprise me if he did, but he didn't. Right? You just go, don't even. Is that why they started forcing them to have DNA tests? Because males were like, I don't have any kids. Yeah, that might be why. Because it's like completely just trying to control dudes. It's really gross. But anyways, some of them, like this is an example of it. But Chaz, I guess, didn't know that. Some of them actually will have visits with the children, everything. They'll figure out child support. You don't even have to go through DOR. But it's like retaliation against dudes who don't even want anything to do with that. They don't even care to know about your pregnancy problems. So right. If you're a female of either species, you need to know that because the quote unquote world is changing all around you. Okay, so it's just something that I don't think is really going on anymore. You have a lot of dudes who don't even have an income, so it's pointless. And then, like, would police have to agree to arrest dudes on that? Good luck. They just go, I haven't seen the person. Right? Just because it's so insane and outrageous. The DTA office already gives out cash for minors. So, like, why was that even invented? At first, it sounds like something when you're told that that comes from a tax dollars. It's not coming from any tax dollars, they just print it. So, it's just a way to destroy males' fucking lives. That's all it is for females to try to destroy a man's life who didn't want to marry them. Yeah, because clearly dudes like that have nothing to do with the children that these women are producing. So, in a sense, it's good to see people like you can see, you can reference someone like Colin Farrell and go, why does he have something to do with those children, even though he's not married? Why is he not DOR'd to do that? It's clearly not good for children. Right. The DTA office gives out cash for minors. I only know that from them explaining it to the person that was with me when I was what was I doing? Was I applying for was she trying to tell me that I could get DTA cash? Yeah. Because it used to be like that. I know what she's talking about. I didn't have children when I got out of the hospital from Judge Baker, and I got an income. It used to be $150 every 2 weeks. So that comes out to about $300 a month they used to give you. And the woman working there was younger than both of us. And she goes, "We've never done that." And we're just looking at her like, "Yeah, you have." Right. How old are you? And did you migrate here from China? Okay, yeah, they used to do it. You used to have a thing where you didn't have people completely destitute. So, anyways, she said something about money for you have to have minors, and you're just looking at her like, why don't I have any minors? So I know they get money from dependent children. There isn't even a reason to have that DOR business. It's insane. Yeah, obviously. That's why they don't marry you, some of them. It's gross. You agree to not get married because if something were to happen, he doesn't have to pay child support because married men have to pay child support when they get a divorce. Uh, okay. Well, you won't be in these physical bodies. That's not going to exist on planet Earth. It's just becoming more and more gross like animals in a jungle. And maybe people didn't know it at first, and now they're sort of understanding that as the brain diseases progress and you can see the people's behavior. Okay. It was always de evolution. Neanderthals aren't supposed to do that. They're supposed to be Christians, so you have to be married when you have children, and you can't do polygamy. Right? You're married to one person, and then if you get a divorce, you pay child support, and most of the time alimony. That is just the way it is. So I understand you went around making some things not laws anymore. You made up new laws, but it's kind of a big delusion. It's just a very sort of unfortunate time period that's quite short. It's actually quite short. It's been 15 years. 15 years is not 50 years. 15 years is not 100 years. 15 years is not 1,000 years. So, um, went over the thing about it's been maybe a couple days about everyone wants to have peace and order and food and water and electricity for the rest of the Passover. Okay, so it's the United States of America. You have police officers, you have laws, and then people stay calm. Um, we're not getting rid of TikTok because it clearly is TikTok. Yes, it's clearly TikTok. And then there was that's what it was. If there was a confusion about why God was allowing it, I guess, TikTok to be destroyed. Okay, it's for what I just said. It's got to be the United States of America until the other species is gone. Even though they keep trying to do weird stuff and chip away at laws and mess with people's lives, it's still a containment. So try not to get too caught up with some of this business, and it's clearly not permanent. Now they're saying it's going to be 61 on Friday. They said it was going to be 40 something. Okay. So now it's what? Tuesday is supposed to be 45? I don't know. You might still feel a little bit of relief by Friday if it's going to rain. 62 tomorrow, 61 on Friday, 58, 53, and then 53, and then 45. So Tuesday. So by Tuesday, you'll be at the 19th, and then it'll be a whole nother month. It went by fast, though, didn't it? Remember when it wasn't it February when they tried to demand 6 months break? Well, they made up doctrines for themselves that aren't real. Like, they run nuclear material by Facebook, and then they shut stuff off, and then they demand that I go out to Quincy and check and see how people are after because it's been 6 months. No, no. Remember that? That was last year. This is this year. This isn't last year. This is this year. I know you go. Do you have any idea what happened last year? Okay. I told you that I was never going back out there again for a reason. I don't need to do another assessment out there. I explained it to you numerous times. They're being put into graves. I know. Could you imagine? Okay, now we wait 6 months and then we go back out there and we talk to them again. No, hell the fuck no. I go out and get attacked by neutered males and disgusting chas. Hell the fuck no. And you don't have any children and piss in a bucket and vomit. No, no, no. Oh, I guess Cindy's coming over again. I guess she'll be coming over more often because she's forgetting when she was here last time. Let's see if she thinks it's been several days since she was out of bed. It was Monday. It's Wednesday, so that is a couple of days. No, it like someone like that. If it ever came up, don't you just go, because some of them get angry and they will like yell at you and stuff because it's scary when you're forgetting things. All right, let's see what's on the news. Oh no, that's right. I'm gonna have to put that blind down. I think I got about another hour. Just about when you get comfortable like this, and then you go, "Oh shit, that's right, the blind." Well, I don't want to lower the thing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think I made up a song too. It's like The Ring. Twice a day, twice a day, twice a day, twice a day. Because I got to put those things up and down twice a day. So it's like twice a day, twice a day. God's going to make it fun for me. Twice a day, twice a day, twice a day. Nope, nothing. Brian Buchanan, having my soda. Sure, there's a bunch of probably famous women who all know about polyester pants. Okay. On Halloween for a reason. You got to hang those things up when you get married. Apparently, because females are disgusting. You can't even go. You can't even have a 70s night. Just, you got a nice ass. But a dude who actually means it. Right. That's what I'm talking about the gate. Right. Just, I'm sure, because it's true. Right. Like they all go, you got a nice ass, to whoever it is that they actually like. Because they wouldn't even go out with you if there wasn't things they liked about you. Right. They're not all Brian Buchanan. They're not all Colin Farrell, where it's just any which way the wind blows. Hopefully he doesn't say funny things and stuff that ruin it for other people. You just go, you're not destroying cool Jew stuff, Brian Buchanan. No, I'm not allowing it. Some of this other stuff is bad enough. You got some rockin' bad boy with an Irish accent destroying it for everybody else. No. Nope, we're not having all this. Only when they are marrying you for real, and like because that's who they want to be with, and not just that is something that you say that moment. Like, I mean, have you read that dude's wiki? Oh my god, it's tragic, isn't it? The mimicking species. I know, you just go, really, social distance. Yeah, they should all start talking like Paul with the DOG. And no longer can they copy like Jewish fathers. Just like finding out what women think is hot, and then they're like copying it just to use women they don't even like. Please. No, the actual dudes. Because they don't mean it. That's why it's funny. Like they just. You people actually mean it. You actually mean it. Right, like they're like teenagers. They just got here from Czechoslovakia. They're not used to just women with boobs and stuff everywhere. They're not used to that. Right. And then, right, they've got to realize, but unfortunately, with a whole bunch of chas, they never do realize that. And then that becomes, you start telling ladies they don't have any choice and they're uptight and they got to stop doing that. Praise God Almighty that you things are being removed from planet Earth. Not my species turns into your species. Never in a day are we doing that. There are dudes that will have a my soda and all that, right? Not because they're trying to get 15 vaginal slits. They're really not. That's just, it's funny to them. Like a nerdy Jew. Yes. So all of you, I saw the videos from India, all of you and the Hindus that are mimicking men, Social distance. It's understood you don't do anything but try to mimic my species. Okay. Social distance. Number one, women are not girls. If you're children, you shouldn't even be talking like that. Oh, yeah, that's all they're good for. It's like, I'm glad that you're actually, that's what I'm talking about. Don't think they're confused by species. Oh, yeah, it's like obviously God's kingdom come, and you go, what the fuck did you just say? Just stay away from them. Just stay away from them. Right. Because they can't do persona. And like, that's if they were in a jungle talking English words, that's what they'd sound like. Their females can't hear them talking either, you know. So they're probably like horrified by it, you would think. Or they pretend that other females are wackadoodle or something because they're not collecting neutered males and having sex with all of them. We're all hung up on that and this and that, and we're jealous and we don't know how to share. And it, okay, stay over there. Are they trying to purposely scare people or something? I know because you went right from 40 something to 61. Maybe they have to prove me wrong because I kept saying it's only 2 more days. Anything is possible. Man killed in highway shooting in Western Massachusetts. I haven't checked any of that. What's who has the Weather Channel? What's the weather in other places? Is it regular? Clearly they're being blocked from communicating with me because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, especially after last winter and stuff. Especially since I was just out there and these people, like the way I was talking and stuff, I'm sure they're like, has anybody seen Mary? Like, oh yeah, because it becomes a little bit scary if you thought I was gone, right? Like God took me to heaven and now it's the, you know, that's why it's abusive to do that to people. I've been saying that. Trying to get a terrorism rise out of terrorizing people. Where's Mary? Ah, Mary's gone. The earth is melting. It's the like heaven and earth are passing away and we had our chance and God took her out of here and we're left here. Ah, it's not good. It's going to be pretty warm tonight. Yeah, it's going to be 47 and 42. But I think it's supposed to be 45 by the morning. Remember, I looked that up before I took my walk. Yeah, I should listen to a song. That's a good idea. What was it this morning? Surfing USA? That's what it was this morning. I would say that's probably somebody's song because that's not something I usually listen to. Okay, Law and Order. Is that a show? Measures for Miami. That would be funny to used to be Jessica Savage had you not murdered her about Bill Murray. Because she loves that Ghostbusters film. Right. So she would have been like, oh my God, what is this? She tried to marry that. Having my soda. Just clearly a forced breeding. Yeah, just whoa. Talk about a misery for 20 years of your life. That it turns out that's what she actually likes. Having my soda. They know what I'm like. Somewhat they know what I'm like. Well, just like Nicole's children would have never had a chance to actually know her, in my opinion. But I think that her situation was different because I don't think that those are my species. Yeah. It's a little bit different. So, um, yeah, it like the fact that they still have a relationship with him speaks volumes. So, given that, right, imagine how torturous that would have been for her. Just she never had a chance to be those people's mother. She never had a chance. So it's just the nature of the other species, especially that whole blackface, whiteface thing. She never had a chance to be those people's mother, given the whole entire thing. Like, even the children themselves understand why he killed her because it's just the nature of that species. If you were a dude, right, and you got one of these chas pregnant and you went, I have never nothing to do with that, it's always the right thing because you shouldn't. There's no way you could ever you would go mad because it's gonna behave just like her. The best thing you can do is that because if that person grows up and is actually your species, they go, I can see why he has nothing to do with you. You are completely fucking crazy. Get it? Right, just like those six people, if they weren't murdered, if they had had a chance to grow up, they would go, dude, you are completely fucking insane, and so is your fucked up cha. I mean, really? Everything in the book is what this fucking woman does. Like you two people are a different species. Just this is fucking crazy right here. Like especially in this time period, but always that was always the way. They may not have viewed it through a spiritual thing per se, but for personal recovery, they can. It's easier for those children to see how fucked up the person is, and then they'll go hopefully into recovery. They will stay away from her or him and go into recovery. Hopefully, it's not even about ever having a relationship with you. Right. That's the best thing you can do for your sperm is to completely have nothing to do with your sperm. That's the best thing you can do. That's a lot different than believing that you had children and you built an entire life around that precept that you were going to have children. And that's why you're not married to someone else. And that's why you don't have a career. Right. Just trust me, complete damnation. You can't get any more damned. It really doesn't matter to me what these things make up. Right. So, anyways, in terms of comfort, um, right, it's just if they actually read the book, they would see that it says after 2 days is the Passover, not the Passover it actually happened. Okay. Later on in the book, it says, remember, a day to God is but 1,000 years, and 1,000 years but a day. It's 2,000 years, not two 24-hour days. Not the Passover, it already happened. Okay, so it's not something that God doesn't control and know what's going on. Like dinosaurs had to transition into something else. Okay, not they died. Anybody, even if you had all these doctrines in your mind or you were a Christian, um, you still would have to do a dying process. So that none of that changes. Also, the thing I said about any amount of movement, because I don't know if you could hear it when I did my push ups, and that's not really a lot of cracking. That's part of the reason why I'm not having all of that, I'm sure, at this point. So, if you want to avoid joint stiffness, or you had it last year and you remember that, or you're feeling a little bit like that, the inflammation, it seems like it's gonna increase until the charges drop, and then after a day or two, it should begin to lessen, and then it will do that thing with the cracking when the inflammation is going down. Okay, so the movement probably prevents the inflammation. Okay, so I went over that. Like both times that I had that with my knees, I couldn't do my walks. The first time was when I was forced to sleep outside on the ground in January, and I couldn't take my walks because I had to carry all my stuff around. I didn't have a cart or anything. So I wasn't doing my walks. Right. And then it happened. And then the other time was July of 2022, and it was so hot. I guess I probably could have done walks, but I was afraid to because of the heat. I had gone up that hill and I started not feeling well. I had to keep taking breaks. So I basically just laid out for the remainder of that time. I don't know if I do that again. You could always wait till the nighttime, wait until the sun goes down to take a walk, and it's not as hot. If we ever face that again over the summertime, I don't know. That remains to be seen after April 19th. Okay, so from my point of view, the only way that that's going to stop is by freeing me. And then you go, they've got to release all that material. I think when they start doing it, there's no stopping it because there's not going to be a use to have that material on planet Earth anymore. It all has to be dispersed all over the planet like that. Okay, so I think other places have probably suffered more. I remember hearing about some god awful temperatures out west and all those storms in California and that frigid cold in the Dakotas and stuff. So remember they had fires in the UK. It was so hot and stuff. So we really, I did, to my view, we really weren't getting it real bad until the summer of 2022. And even that was only for about 3 weeks. So hopefully we'll find out after April 19th. We'll worry about it then. I know what this. How are we going to get through the summer if it's this warm? Well, yeah, most people, I guess, around here have air conditioners, and then you just keep running air conditioners. Yeah. Some people are used to living in extreme heat, by the way, and they probably just laugh. Yeah. Um, so some of it in the summertime, yeah, you have to keep those things. You have to keep the blinds down all day long. Kind of sucks because of the sun. The sun obviously makes it warmer, especially in a house. When you're outside under a tree, it doesn't feel as hot as it does inside of a house. So I think they probably spend a lot of time outside, judging from my neighbors that I had in Florida that came from Canada. I know I don't think they talked like that, but that just some of these people you listen to the stuff and you go, "You're from Canada." Probably because I think he's a different species, right? That's what I'm getting. Like I said, if someone was going to try to go out with him, there's going to be some explanation for what he's been doing since 2011, right? But yeah, like people that go out with people that are white or black or blonde or redhead and stuff, you just go, it seems gross. Like that even goes beyond having a mate. Like this literally you think everything is fuckable. It's gross. So that's why you just go, I really if someone would have asked me, I can't make that judgment, but if you I would be like, I don't think so. That is like out there. How many people I don't know, I don't talk to a lot of people I think about their exes type of people they go out with. It's like, do you go out with white people and black people? That's fucked up. That's fucked up right there. Yeah, just is it weird that I go definitely like no blondes, no redheads, no black dudes, no I don't even think I like Spanish dudes. Is that weird? Oh my god. Whoa. Is that what the women are saying that they like black men, the ones that wouldn't go out with people that aren't black? Well, I guess yeah. I'd have to say yeah, but it seemed like there was a conflict there, but maybe it just has to do with different species. I sort of get it now about the uh like like this dude Brian. right? These other species, which I suspect, like just some disgusting cha would just move him in like that alley chick did. Like that's literally their attitude. Like this poor Al guy that had to work, and that's too much. Like even in a relationship, they think it's too much if the dude works and the woman doesn't. Joanne was talking like that when she was with Jen. You just go, "You're not my species." I know. You just go, "What are you on?" Like it sucks the economics. It sucks the economics. But I mean, who raises children if everybody works? Like, do you have wet nurses too now? What the fuck? You're just a different species. You don't have to worry about my judgments. It's just, I go, whoa, that is not something I ever want, man. Just, they have women out there working like workhorses, and then a dude does nothing but lay the fuck around like he's a dominant male gorilla. And then they climb aboard at night, apparently, and it's all about that bass. Yeah, I got no interest out, and they're arching their backs and stuff, and they gotta have it. And they got like they are gonna induce, they are gonna, what is it called, seduce a guy. Just that is seduce a guy. It's probably because they're neutered males that they're with too. Seduce a guy. I mean, they're neutered males. Do you actually think you're seducing even your dominant males? You're not seducing your dominant males. They're neutered males. They stick their penis in anything. They're neutered males. They don't even know what they're doing half the time. It's like a mentally retarded dude going, "Oh, another one. Oh, here could. Oh, really? Yeah, another one." Ooh, ooh. I know you go. You're not seducing guys. Good God. I am I am all set with that. Just that's how I would just, I can't because I'm a woman right now, but that's how I would describe my species. But this is the other thing you have to remember, that when I'm not a woman, I'm a homosexual. Okay, so, but I mean, I don't hate women, but remember those days where you go, it has to be a certain type of woman, like she has to be like a guy's woman? It's probably my entire species. It'll be beyond obvious when the other species is gone. It'll be beyond obvious. Like all the females will get along because we're all sort of like that. We're all like guys, women. Yeah, like we have a natural sort of disgust for like cats. Yeah, like I think that it will become obvious, obviously after the extinction. Like the men don't like that either. They're not attracted to that. Okay, like yeah, I mean, some men really just go, yeah, that can be difficult for the other species to accept that there's a person with a penis who wants nothing to do with any of that. They literally cannot get a man to go out with them. Right, just that is, I'm all set with that. Um, it sometimes it's better if they think you're gay. That's what I've learned from observing other people. Sometimes it's better if they think you're gay because they'll finally leave you alone. They will still talk to you like disgusting like that, but then it's like you're going to be their friend now. And it's like, in your mind, you're probably like, I am not gay. I told you that so you'd get the fuck away from me because you're so gross. Don't ever tell them that. Right. You just have to go, yeah, but still, like, because my boyfriend doesn't like that. Yeah, he's not going to like people that are my friends still touching me and stuff. It doesn't matter that you're a woman and we're gay. Yeah, yeah, he's like, just blame it on your friend. Yeah, he's like that. Like, he is just not really. It's spring forward now, so it's gonna be later now. Yeah, I still haven't got up to close that thing. Maybe I'll just do it now. I think it's about 5:30 that I have to do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. That song is still funny. Yep. But the thing is, like, you can't just pretend that something's funny because one of your friends that's a female probably thought it was funny, and you don't understand even why the song is funny. That was probably one of the confusions. It was probably one of his foster care friends that's a female that thought it was funny, and he doesn't even get why it's funny. There's nothing about you that's feminist, dude, at all. Right, you can't like Shakira and like that song. Exactly. Ugh. Now I don't have to worry about getting up. There you go. doubt I'm going to take a nap today. I don't really feel tired. It's going to be a salad tonight, and then I'll be out of my lettuce. So, I know tomorrow I probably could get one of those cabbages. Tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then if I wanted to make another salad, I can use cabbage because I want to use up. I have broccoli and cauliflower, so it's either going to be I put cauliflower in the thing or I cut it up and freeze it so it doesn't spoil. Because I got two cauliflowers in the refrigerator, and one of them's been in there a while. So cauliflower easily gets frozen, so does broccoli. But the broccoli I'll eat, and I'm not going to freeze the broccoli. But and then that'll be anything I had any concern about going bad. And then decide if I'm going to make flats. I still haven't cooked those beans, crap. I guess I could start cooking them now. It's 5 o'clock, so yeah, I guess I'll do that. I should probably start cooking them. I don't like to be up and down the stairs, I guess, when Cindy's here because I think she helps her get changed and stuff, and I don't think she likes it when people are walking around. And he said she was coming when she could, so that just means I don't know if it's a good idea to, yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea to sort of go my schedule by that. It's not like she's bothersome, it's just, I don't think Barbara likes it. Her privacy. I got the milk out, the water bottles in, the cauliflower in the freezer, the beans on. The watermelon was already rotten, so I'm assuming it was probably like that when I got it. It hasn't been that long. You could just tell when I cut it open. You must not be able to tell by the outside of it that type of watermelon. So I brought a couple of oranges up over there. So you mind me? I have like an apple that's either going to be eaten today or thrown away, and then I have nectarines. It's pretty rare that I end up throwing stuff away, but it happens from time to time. I got to remember and not forget the beans are on. So that should be enough time to ensure that a fire isn't going to start and the thing's not going to boil over. So I figured I went, all right, well, I'm going to turn this on and make sure it makes the smell like something, the burner needs to be cleaned. And that burner, I don't think is functioning 100%. But let's see, what time is it now? 5:36, so I'll go down there at 6 and just make sure the beans aren't overcooking, but it's gonna take longer than that. They're not black beans, but it's gonna take at least till 6:30 to cook them. So that could go in the salad. Finish up the chicken. That's about it. Nothing else is really in danger of going bad, but I can tell that I'm responsible for anyway. She could tell that someone was in the kitchen opening the refrigerator, and then she starts yelling about, why are people in this house taking my money? all you gotta do is get out of bed, and then you can roll around and monitor what I'm doing again. Oh wait, I don't want that. Not the other one. Six o'clock. I'm gonna call Sunday basically halfway through the month, so then there's only gonna be 2 more weeks till Carb Week again. If people care about the Carb Weeks, yeah. I'm not really caring about the Carb Weeks, but I think probably maybe I'd have, yeah, like I enjoyed having the chocolate sun butter, so I'm gonna have to make a decision if I'm gonna buy another one of those while I still can. They got the chocolate bars. I still have some of those. I've been giving them to them every week, so whatever it is I have, that's all I have right now. Hopefully they're being eaten and not stored somewhere. So I don't really get sick of stuff because I'm only eating it once a month. So I got sick of it when I ate like 2 or 3 of them in a night. That's why I only eat it once a month. Just like dough and cookies. I haven't had cookies in forever, or a cheesecake. That's what I do. I eat as much as it until it starts to feel gross, and then that's it. I don't eat a cookie a day. I do it at the shelter because I have to eat as much calories as I can. I'm starving when I'm at the shelter. But if I'm not eating a vat of cookies, I don't eat any cookies. That's crazy to me. Just at a restaurant with a tiny fork. No. Is that a new fun thing? Change your password. Wilco announces data breach. Is that like a new fun thing when you do criminal activity? 1,000 Family Dollar, Dollar Tree stores to close. Because probably everybody in the area died, so they don't need to have those stores anymore. We just got a brand new one in High Park. I haven't been to it yet. This says 6:49 is sunset. I think it feels pretty warm right now. I don't know if it's me because obviously I was out in the nuclear radiation and I had almonds and I was just downstairs. Yeah, and it's probably been at least an hour since I ate. Yeah, it's probably that. So, like, you eat that, you could be like frigid cold, you eat that, right? And it takes about an hour, but when you get up and stop moving around, all of a sudden you're like completely warm. That's why I was eating at the top of the Mount Hill before I'd go to sleep. Yeah. So, let's see. WHDH Network. Meanwhile, there are no convictions for simple marijuana possession. Some of this stuff is to appease people that are deranged animals. Yeah. It's all about peacekeeping. It wouldn't matter what anybody does for me. Right. This the whole TikTok platform was invented for me. And I'm not even allowed to use it. People are that fucking deranged. I'm just waiting for God to kill them. But I don't know if they like to bring up topics that obviously fucking piss me off. And then they won't stop talking about it like it's advancing in a fucking military action. But just they interview these people like you're a star on TikTok. Okay. It, TikTok make a day. Like, where the fuck is Mary? The whole platform was invented for her and her dancing. That's why they're 3 minutes. Where you dance to a music video and then you become more comfortable with fucking dancing. You get off your ass and video yourself dancing to a video. Holy shit. Like I said, they don't have anything in there. They don't know what to do with themselves. They're bored. Every thought idea they have has to be suggested by another person. What do I do now? What do I do? What do I do all fucking day long? What do I do? What do I do? I'm living with one of them. That's how I know. Not I just make up shit. Other than that, when I go, you have to give me a means to live. You have to stop keeping me a hostage. Other than that, what do I do? What do I do? Okay. It sounds like, yeah, they're making up a bunch of stuff to try to. Are they making up that people are flipping out? Because I don't see people flipping out. I wasn't inside Stop and Shop today, but I walked by there. It didn't seem like a mob scene to me. There was a bunch of people walking. Everything seems fine here. Yeah. Sometimes they do it. They flip out and they get agitated and dramatic and rapid progress against glioblastoma. Okay. Let's track. That's what I'm saying. They don't care about this at all. You just go, oh my fucking god. It is, but it isn't, but it is. Right. It's just God basically explaining it to me, but it, right, just it is, but it isn't, but it is. They can't coexist. So in their minds, they go, he's going to kill us anyway. Right. He's going to kill you anyway because he looked ahead and it's intelligent design. So there's no point to change anything you do, right? Well, most of these people, that's why they could never get well because they don't even believe in self improvement. Like, if these are the types of people, if they were given a cancer diagnosis, they just would plan to die. They wouldn't even try to fight cancer, right? You just go, that's why they don't try to get psychotherapy and stuff. You just go, you don't want to have the best quality of life for the rest of the time. You don't want to learn why you've been unhappy and stuff. It's just, okay, that's your choice. They're just reporting the news. It's not really their fault, right? They just report what that's told as news, I guess. Okay. Sometimes it's a slow news day, but we're gonna go into some madness about TikTok. Okay. What the House TikTok vote means for you? That's okay. I would assume it means something to them, but I don't know that is. What the House TikTok vote means for you, I don't know what that is. And then they doing that thing again where it's Al. They keep putting the word Al up there. Yeah, you go. When you explain to people that a person takes your children because they're trying to make themselves present in your mind when you otherwise would never think of them, and then they do that stuff, you go, okay, well, your families can see you doing that. Maybe your families think that's normal. I don't know. That came up on the walk. You just go, and then that would end up being my fault too when they lose friends and their families don't want anything to do with them, and you just go, but why are you doing that though? Do you have a reason for doing that? They do it repeatedly. It's one of their things now. Are they feeling like they have to block something? Just it's been a really good day. It's unfortunate for them that it hasn't been a good day for them. Okay. Right. In terms of we got like 11 weeks, it'll be 10 weeks soon till the summertime. So people that started doing this program around January will be really ready for the summertime. So it's clearly not too late. It's still 10 weeks until the end of May. So tomorrow's the last day this week where it's jog walks and a walk. And then what did I say I was going to do Friday? Just go and buy water. I may have to buy water tomorrow because I didn't do it today. Yeah, I may have to bring a bag tomorrow on my walk. And then Friday will be, I have to do arms again. Yeah, I'm going to do arms every other day for the month of March. So tomorrow will be, Friday will be doing that again. I'm not sure there's anything going on with your house, but you need to get up and probably change yourself again. Like it's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, but it's not really my business. Just I thought I was getting a cup of coffee. What happened to that? And then she was saying something about Cindy because she probably thought it was Tommy in the kitchen and it was me. I gotta go down there in like 5 minutes and check the beans, like I said. That's five of. And then it'll probably be like another, 30 minutes. I don't have that much to say. I did a bunch of talking yesterday and this morning. See if something comes up. There wasn't really anything. I gotta check the other news. I'll see what's on Pluto. Poor Colin Farrell. Not that he asked. You just go, what the? It's good for people in recovery, right? To just go, Yeah, don't have a wiki. Yeah, don't have a wiki. You got to be like Brian Buchanan in that respect, right? That's why it seems like the ideal thing because he's clearly never had an actual girlfriend, and he's that old, right? So it's not that people in recovery are bad. He's not even in recovery is the problem. He's still using. So uh, just the nature. I mean, it's been 15 years, so you go. There probably is. There's probably a bunch of dudes that age that have never had an actual girlfriend. Yeah, that's what 21. If he's 36, 10 would be 26 minus 5 is 21. He was 21 years old, and the program is 22 years old to even court. And then he was obviously in some sort of disgusting thing till about 2000 and what? He said it was 7 years ago, so about 2016. Right? And then just nothing but drinking and drug use in that whole thing. Anybody that Exodus 20, it's like worse than what's going on with me. He doesn't have a family that he can live with. Right? It's like Patrick. He doesn't have a family he can live with. You just go, this is. I don't even want to talk about that insanity about the thing I mentioned, and you just go, I'm not even going to talk about it. Yeah, because I feel that they're going to die before most of the stuff is even a problem. But just this whole thing about 9 months at a shelter, and then they will actually start doing that. And you go, that's not even what you people meant when you started doing this. I'm done. I got to get the fuck away from you for sure. I'm not going to be driven fucking mad and screaming in people's faces and shit. Just completely, just grossly criminally deranged. They're trying to make a fucking arena out of us now, out of fucking Holocaust victims. They're going to kick people like Melissa out. And I'm sure the 3 months that we have to be out in the fucking street are winter, guaranteed. And then what is that courting season or fighting season? Is there a war in the Ukraine during that time? Fucking deranged. Nothing is fun and funny that they do. Everything is bad and just gross. It's just the nature of their psyche. You just go, whoa, is your binder sick? But anyways, oh, I gotta go down there. Just about 6 o'clock. The beans are cooking away. Well, with chickpeas too, you got to be careful that you don't fill the pan up with too much water because they sometimes make this like white foam on top. You don't want that spilling over into your burner. So probably about 6:30. I'll check and see if they're cooked. And then I doubt I'm going to need to eat probably till like 8 o'clock. Um, Last night, I think it was late. I think it was after 9, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm just, ugh. You got a day and a half to heal. You weren't even sore this morning, so I guess that's good. Triceps. Beating up the triceps. Yeah. Some oranges tonight. I just said I wasn't hungry, but yeah, something like that. Well, it's been a while since I've done that where it's usually when I have peanuts because I eat a whole pound. Um, I do have a bunch of fruit to eat, but I want to finish up my salad stuff. And then tomorrow is probably going to be another salad because I have that stuff, the cauliflower stuff, since I dealt with the cauliflower finally. I get a whole bunch of that. It's like I probably don't even need to buy a cabbage. I have so much of that stuff. That's a salad in itself, all those pieces that people cut off and throw away. I used to cook them in my dinner meals. So I might make a salad out of that tomorrow. And then I have broccoli and cauliflower to cut up. So that would be Friday. So then we're back to Saturday. I put one of the cauliflowers, I broke it up and froze it. And then there's one that's purple. I kept that one out. Figured I'd cut that up with carrots and broccoli because I did it last week to finish off that vegetable tray. It was just already cut up cauliflower, broccoli, and carrots and celery, and that worked out fine. And then that takes care of two other things, and then I've got two squashes I have to deal with. Um, you can actually cut up squash and freeze it too. I think you should probably cook it first, but you just don't cook it till it's that mushy. But that big one, I'm probably gonna have to um, freeze some of it. One time they gave us that butternut squash that was like all you had to do was wash it. Like you just wash off the part that seems mushy and the rest of it's fine. In case you didn't know that about squash and you went, oh, if you just yeah, you cut out if you just cut out the mushy part, if any of it is still hard like that, it doesn't it's not like mold. Yeah, it's not like bread that has mold and you have to throw it all away. It's not like that. It's not meat where you're gonna get sick. And it's not fruit. Fruit does it too, where it like permeates the whole fruit. But it's the squash doesn't do that, I found out. So anyway, I cooked it all and then I actually managed to eat it all before it went bad. But that's a huge squash. I think I'm gonna have to freeze some of it. I have a buttercup squash too, which is my favorite. That's gotta get cooked first because that would be sad if that went bad. So I don't know about buying more stuff. You get what I'm saying? And even though I'm on a salad rip, I should probably start eating squash now. It'll be squash, 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 squash. Probably cook it first and then freeze it, right? But don't cook it till it's mushy. But I mean, you probably could even still do that, but it's going to be less watery. You just cook it a little bit. What do they call that? Blanching? I don't know. I think you want to do it more than blanching, but you're going to boil it until it's like just you can stick something through it. But you know how some people like it real soft to mush it? You're going to have to heat it up again to eat it. It's going to defrost, which is going to make it more limp and right. So I wouldn't cook it that mushy, me myself. I wouldn't do it. Cauliflower and broccoli, just wash it and cut it up and stick it in a freezer. You don't have to do anything to it, especially cauliflower. Carrots, you can freeze carrots too. If you've never bought frozen vegetables, they sell frozen squash, so you most definitely can freeze squash. So zucchini, I did that at the other house because I had like, even though it was actually a tiny freezer, I started doing that. I cut it up once and froze it because I didn't want it to spoil. I always say no now because I'm so tired of eating it. Like there's other stuff. If there was nothing else, then yeah, you have to be grateful for what you have. But you can actually cut that up and freeze it, the squashes. So um, I'm squashed out, as Ellen calls it, like that type of squash, not the hard squashes. Those are like different types of squashes. I'm not hard squashed out. No. Probably in life. Yep. You just have to consider those people your friends. It probably wouldn't have worked out anyway. Where you just go, you just been with too many people, right? And it's like we all saw who the people were, and it's just too much, right? If you're the same species, then maybe wait for a rebirth. But say that someone like him was the same species, he would have had a complete change in himself in 2011, like everybody else, and then he'd be in recovery, and there'd be a whole. That's what I'm saying. Even someone like that, Brian Buchanan, but it doesn't mean that exists. I'm not. I'm really not convinced that anyone in my species still uses. I'm not convinced of it. But even someone like that Brian guy, you're better off because he's not famous. And it's like I don't know if Wiki is calling stuff this dude doesn't call a relationship, but I kind of doubt it. Right? Like you didn't just list a bunch of one nighters, right? You literally you saw these females repeatedly. Jesus God. How can you then tell people that's a mistake? It seems not true. Uh, yeah, to me, but I mean, I'm not a man. I'm a woman. But to me, you go, okay, so you literally haven't been with, other than that Jen person that you're considering a rapist and she admitted to it, right? You haven't been with a man since 2010. Right. So when you see a man that likes whores, that he's not going to appreciate a person. That's why I said it depends on who you are. You go, why would you go with someone that's doing that? He has no discernment in who he sticks it to. Because I know myself, I had a life that I wouldn't live typically, but it's beneficial right now because I can explain myself, and I think it helps other people. You go, those are all one nighters. I don't talk to those people again afterwards. They're not in any wiki, and I didn't produce children with them. I mean, I wouldn't choose to produce children with Alfred, don't get me wrong, but that's why you stick it out with a person for 20 years. Like you're that hell bent on not having children with more than one person. And I don't regret that. Like it would have been nice to have a different dude, but I wouldn't have children with him. I just don't believe in it. And I wouldn't want to marry someone who has children. Yeah, I just don't. That's way too much, especially after what's happened. As far as I know, my children are all dead. And then this whole kidnapping business and shit, I got to deal with the dude who has children. So yeah, you attempt to go out with the Brian Buchanan. As crazy as that sounds, Jacqueline. As crazy as that sounds. It's just I think God was explaining to you print of the nail, and it seems like a lot of people get mixed up because their mind will not accept what is going on, right? And that what God is telling them. So, anyways, and it's not even a character flaw, what you was saying about him. It's so weird, right? That's got to be God explaining a fingerprint. You go, dirty nails. I know, just how about the way that he treated me? Not dirty nails and he's a bum. We're all bums. This is a homeless shelter. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is that how she talks to people? Some of them do, and you go, maybe you're not actually homeless and you just revealed yourself. A dirty bum. We're all fucking bums. It's a homeless shelter. Whoa. No, if so, like you can't say that about him. That's why. But I wouldn't go in. Like it's never gonna happen that you go. I never got it because that guy is like really not attractive. That's never gonna happen. It's just I'm dead single, and every time you go, yeah, I mean, obviously, but he's never gonna go out with you. You're never gonna get. I don't understand why you even wanted to go out with him because he's not even attractive. That's why she didn't say that. It wasn't even something like he's a drug addict. She can't say that because she's a drunk and she had Suboxone strips, so I would assume she's a drug addict. She couldn't say that. Asking everybody for money, she can't say that. She does that. Right. She probably didn't know enough about the relationship to go, well, there you go. That's how he was talking to you? Jesus. That is abusive. Okay, so there's the superfood in Brazil that's picked by children. Okay. What about the stuff in Madagascar and Africa? We don't want to discuss that. It's just, it's always going to be this way. But I mean, from my perspective, it's a little bit strange. Like, ever in the day, were you people interested in knowledge? Like, did you ever go to a college? And if so, why did you go? Like, did you ever study history? Did you ever watch the History Channel? Did you ever um, watch anything about Egypt and Egypt hieroglyphics and right? Like, to me, it's really strange. That's all. That you don't want to discuss a prophet and then go, how are you doing that? So that's weird. How are you doing that? Um, Stuff like that. Obviously, in the book, there's questions like that. So it's just a strange population. Okay, I don't care about this. This has no meaning to me. It's sort of like they're on a cultural exchange now, and I have no interest in that. I explained it about the food pantry. I didn't know if that's what they were doing there. Never in a day are some people going to care about what's going on with me, and you just go, yeah, I don't want to be taught about other cultures and stuff. I did that when I was traveling. Okay, like I'm not a hostage so that then I could be taught cultural exchange and stuff. It's fucking insane. Just when I've determined that people are batshit criminally deranged, yeah, just okay. So now we're gonna do this. Okay, well you can do that, but I have nothing to do with it. Double Jeopardy. Some of these are like the same. I know they do it like I don't mind it when it's a film I don't mind watching every day or every other day, so I can't really complain. But that's not anything I would watch. Oh yeah, remember when Colin Farrell did that remake of that '80s films and it was terrible? That's not his fault. He's an actor. He's not a writer or a director. Yeah, but he probably is a fan of the film, and that's why he did it. What's it called? Fright Night. Fright Night. Oh God, Becker. Remember that show with Ted Danson? I used to watch that every week. It's on this more sitcoms channel. I don't generally watch that stuff. You know what? If I was like in a group of friends or I was courting someone, that's the type of stuff I'd want to watch. Like, yeah, I'd watch films, but I'd be willing to watch more shit like that. I just don't really have a desire to do it while I'm sitting here by myself, I guess. I grew up watching all that stuff. I guess if I was in the mood, I might get on a thing and then stop watching it every single time it was on. I was doing that with Twilight Zone for a while. But I don't actually watch a lot of TV, but I'm definitely glad to have this when I'm sort of like in the mood. I just notice things that my taste change or whatever. But when I was younger, I could have my time by myself. The Outer Limits is on. What is this thing called? The Devil Inside. I saw this, didn't I? I think I saw this already. It sounds familiar. Well, it's not looking too good for later. I might have to do something on YouTube, which I don't like to do because they put all these interruptions in it. They do it on Pluto too, but it's not as bad. They have commercials on Pluto, but they don't run for 5 and 6 minutes. Yeah. And then, yeah, just some of the stuff on YouTube is definitely got to do with brain disease. Why you would put something in the middle of a video like that for that length of time, right? All of it, just the waiting to be able to skip ad and stuff, it's part of blocking. The making stuff wicked loud, I went over that. Like people that destroyed my ad program, it's not like they really destroyed my ad program. Everything is sort of like waiting for these people to be done and finally become so mentally incompetent they can't do it anymore. Right. I mean, that's all there's going to be for my species, so they can't actually destroy the ad program. Some of them probably thought they were going to join an ad program when it's not possible for that species to do so. And people do not actually want to go out with you when you're that controlling. That's frightening to most people. Controlling. No one has to have their potential courting disrupted for you to be able to court. Like that has to do with being the other species. And so the ad program is not intended for you. Okay? Like you can do proper courting as the other species, but the ad program is not intended for the Oz. Okay, so just for things just like that, everything becomes a dominance and a competition. It's the nature of your species. And as your brains are getting sicker, it's getting worse and worse. Um, there are females in your species that would love for a bunch of males to fight over her. Um, right. There are males that love competitive females. They find it funny that females will begin trying to compete for a male. they like that. That has nothing to do with my species. All of it appears gross and grotesque to me. Just okay. Why are you interrupting a film though for this? That's why we were supposed to have Facebook. Okay, because Facebook, people can message people. Yeah, like I mean, I guess some of them that made the bodybuilding stuff at the beginning, because didn't they say what their names were? Okay. And then you could look them up on Facebook, and that's why people destroyed Facebook. It's just it's horrifyingly weird, and I don't know what they were thinking in their minds when they what they thought they were thinking when they started doing it. People said something about dating on Facebook, remember? And then they started shutting everybody off. And then they're going to run around Facebook and they're going to date. It's like you're too sick and nobody's going to go out with you. Like, you may not even be able to get Chaz to go out with you when you're that sick. That's what I'm telling you. Like, in a group of friends, because your brain disease has gotten that bad, you would be like, I don't want to use Brian and I as an example, but uh, yeah, like you would it would be like Rebecca Donahue, but worse. Every single person I talked to, you would try to kill and then jump in my fucking face. It's just a madness, but it's like not just about me. When you're shutting everybody off Facebook, it's not just about me. You're shutting people off Twitter. You're putting Aaron Carter fans in separate rooms and then you're trying to moderate them and stuff. I know you go, what? How did we get to this point? It's called brain disease and being a criminal. That's how we got to this point. I don't think most people are actually that sick, by the way, from what I can tell. I don't even think Paul with the cane and the hat would advocate for that shit going on, and he's pretty sick. When you're mentally retarded, by the way, you don't even know what an ad program is, but you're going to win it. You don't know what an ad program is, but you're going to win it. I don't see anything really that good to talk about in the news today. Oh, that's right. I haven't checked Good Morning America. Do that first. I'll go down in a couple minutes and see if those beans are done. Regina King speaks out for first time on her son's death. Grief is a journey. Who's Regina King? Does anybody know? Well, interviews are good. I guess if you're studying a dying off species, so is this a repeat? The audio isn't good. And there's a ton of traffic. This seems a repeat to me. Is that what they think is going to happen after murdering people's families? That people will just have a journey and then everything will be fine? Well, that's your species. I would say that that's probably true for your species. I listened to what the mother of your species tells me over 13 years. Um, she couldn't understand why you weren't reunifying, right? So it's impossible for me to explain that to her, especially living with other people and her mental state currently. I just leave her alone so that she's not worried. Right? She didn't know why you guys weren't having a war and then reunifying. She expected you to shut down the entire system in 2016 after not agreeing with doing that for 5 years. And then she became extremely frightened because she realized that you're not doing that this time, and it's the end of your species, for my opinion. Like the whole progression of what happened to her. So I'm pretty sure she's aware that you guys are gonna have to go to something else. But that was a long time ago. That was 2016. So that was what, 7 years ago? I don't think your species ultimately cares about murdering each other. You don't really attach to people. You don't really feel love. Whatever it is you're doing is not registering as that word, to my understanding. Um, you don't really bond with people. You have a genetic connection to others, um, and it's about maintaining your genetics. I know that a bunch of you have attempted that whole one love thing and stuff, and I don't know if that's working for you, or if you're finding that most people only want to deal with their genetic family, and it's like a whole terrible thing for most of them. Okay, that's yeah. Uh, like they expected some sort of big reunion, but yet none of them want to do that. All they want to do is focus on their genetic family, and it's probably slowly tearing apart by the seams for everybody. Okay. Some of these I already saw. Christine Applegate. That was yesterday, right? What's malicious tagging, Stephen?
Recently, for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices. Now, a scam you, a scheme on the rise targeting Facebook users. It's called malicious tagging, and it could put your personal information at risk. Our consumer correspondent, Becky Worley, has those details. Good morning to you, Becky.
Robin, we all know the mindless scroll on social media, but security experts are saying we need to be mindful when it comes to clicking links there. Janice Swafford says she thought a friend sent her a news article on Facebook.
There was a message. Oh no, I can't believe it. That he died or they died. And then there was a link that you clicked on. And of course, right away, my thought was, who died?
Reacting to the emotion the message evoked, she says she clicked on the link. But this one was fake.
Then all of a sudden, I started getting all kinds of Facebook messages on Messenger from my friends telling me I had been hacked.
She then received a Facebook message from an unknown person offering to secure her account for $100. But she quickly realized it was a scam. Called malicious tagging or provocative social media post scams, experts say this is becoming common. Either sent through Facebook Messenger or posted on your wall, like this one reading, "Look who died in an accident."
With artificial intelligence, The ability to script the creation of these is the risk that's increasing right now.
And if you click on one of these malicious links,
that hacker now can see what you're doing on your computer. They'll basically put, it's called a back door because they're coming in.
Okay, it's not a hacker, but it's they having this happen too. It's not a hacker. Okay. Is that the only way they're letting you put this story for people to see it? It's not a hacker. Clearly, I explained it a bunch of times. Who would be able to be doing that without your military stopping them from doing it? So you get an idea of the level of dementia, psychopathy, and profound mental retardation, some of them at this point, because of the brain plague. Right? When you have people with that much power and technology that have become that ill, God kills them because we're helpless to it. Okay, so they are getting more sort of sinister as they're being contained. Okay, I think they mentally reason what they're doing. So, I don't think that they sort of. God told me not to overthink dementia. Okay, so they do. They are sort of like mean and sick. Yes, they appear. If you don't know, that's why it's called dementia. They just say like weird things that don't really have any. So yeah, it's psychopathy unbound, but God is containing them. And he has his way of doing it. Like it's almighty. So the brain matter that's remaining, um, he he controls. Go check the beans. Some of them, yeah, right. You can see sometimes a pattern of news too, where it in over the years, if you've been paying attention to it, but if they were shutting me off, you might have not, or you didn't have access to the internet, you wouldn't know what I was doing because they had me in an internet prison. So you wouldn't know what they were saying and doing to me within the internet prison. And then their news that you're watching, always question what you're looking at because if it's not me, it's another hostage that you can't see online. And it like they go through these cycles where they seem to be okay, and then all of a sudden they turn on me and become they do all this weird psychopathic stuff. Like I said, Al talking about King, is that supposed to make me think about MLK? Like I don't know if they thought they were like masterminds of psychops and they're psychopathically deranged. At first, when they first started doing this years and years ago, I thought that they were trying to get the public to pay attention to me. And then I think they forgot what they were doing as the brains got sicker. And they became like just out of control, psychopathically deranged, attacking me. I don't think they remember what they were doing 10 years ago. Like, didn't you people start? That's what I'm saying. Didn't you people start this whole thing about Mar-a-Lago and Operation Pillow Cloud and stuff? Why are you attacking her now? Right. Save baby Veronica, free Amir. The free Amir thing, as soon as they came out and said Amir is free and they're talking about Flint, Michigan, over. Like that in itself, you just go, you're actually making these children think that you're helping their mother and you're going to free her when you're the people doing it yourselves. And now you're going, it's a God sent delusion because they can't save themselves. He used their psychopathy against them. Like, I know it made sense to them at the time where you just turn on me because I don't matter. They believed in reincarnation, so it doesn't matter. I don't matter, even though I am the door. Mary Lane, you have to have my blood to survive a nuclear holocaust, but I don't matter. Um, the immunity is already out there. I'm just mad about something. It doesn't matter what they do to me. Then they can become me. They can become you. Everyone, because their brains are dying. There's no morals. You don't have to have morality to reincarnate. Like every time they attack me, they're shooting themselves in the foot. It's like amazing when you pay attention to it. So apparently they're having a little bit of that going on today, but they'll be okay. Right? It's a stressful time because of what's going on this week, and they will survive. I guess. I mean, in terms of until God finally takes them to their next species. I gotta deal with these beans, put them in a container, and then I'm free till I get hungry. All I have to do is boil eggs at that point and prepare a salad. bunch of stuff done today. Be a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow too, I'm sure. I know, maybe a nap. It's kind of late, but who cares? The only thing I'd have to do is cook eggs and make a salad. It's not that big of a deal. It's like a few little bits of pieces. I have the 2 chicken breasts that I ripped the main thing off of. So they both just have like that inner, like scraps of meat off of the chicken bones. And then tomorrow I'll cook up a bunch of chicken breasts. Some of them I could probably stick back in the freezer once they're cooked like that. And then you just take them out and thaw them out. It depends. I mean, it does kind of taste good when you cook it fresh. So it just depends when they thaw out what I feel like doing. I could transfer them into a different container and then just start cooking them every day. But yeah, it just depends. I don't really want to have chicken in the refrigerator that long, so I'll probably end up having to cook at least a few of them at a time. She hasn't shown up yet, so she's come here at night before, but it's kind of rare that she does it. Maybe she didn't mean today. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's just a way to beckon a person to your house at this point. I'm sure she knows that. Just not kind of my business, but well, I don't think they care. I don't know if any of them are disturbed to find out that their family members really don't give a fuck about them. Just, it was more important to keep that woman a hostage than to do anything to try to extend our lives in any way for the rest of the Passover or make anything fun again. Okay. It's not good. It's not exactly the best time periods for that species when they're forced to sort of see people with their binders and their personas they don't think they have to use anymore and stuff. It's just not a good thing.
And the back door, and they're watching what you're doing. They can now capture keystrokes as you log into your banking applications, as you log into your airline flights.
And experts say the scammers can also scan for websites that you frequent and have saved passwords.
I was just talking about this. Like, it's more and more of sort of like trying to explain to people where people are and why they're not on Facebook when they probably murdered them. They've been blocking everybody and murdering people. And so it's a constant excuse about where are these people and what the fuck's going on during it's now 4 years of this level of what you call lockdown in a profound morbid insanity. So right, is that the reason they're not on Facebook? Remember when they started telling everybody that everybody was taking a social media break and not they're being held hostage somewhere and murdered? Okay, they're on a social media break. Then it becomes people aren't on Facebook because it's dangerous, and then you make people wicked paranoid. Okay. Yeah, because a lot of these people don't like social media. Like, they wanted people to pay attention to them, and they were told for years that people would pay attention to you if they wanted to. and to leave people alone on social media, and they will not do it. So I'm waiting for them to die. Okay. They're not hackers. Okay. They're not hackers. They're mentally insane people in your military. Okay. So clearly your military could get rid of hackers, correct? That can't make any sense that they're hackers.
Luckily for Janice, she sensed something was off and didn't send the scammer money. But she said she learned a valuable lesson.
Do not click on a link you don't know because it can cause a lot of havoc.
Now, we reached out to Facebook for comment on this story, but we did not hear back from them, Robin.
How do you know if links are safe to click on?
It's so hard. The first thing I'd say is you just...
It's difficult when people have a thought idea in their mind that people don't want, and they won't stop trying to force it on others. Clearly, there's no sort of like, if you're just in your house all the time. I was just in a major city in the United States of America from March, and then full time from March to mid-May, and then I was back and forth until mid-August. Then I traveled to Washington, D.C. Okay, there's no sort of thing going on where people are socializing. That's what I'm saying. So this thought idea that if you can just get people off of social media, something will happen that I don't even think they can explain it to us anymore. Like they're locked into it. Like they just got mentally insane and they're just locked into this stuff where they won't stop blocking people, trying to influence their thoughts, abuse them. They just won't stop doing it. So, in my opinion, God is killing them with the brain plague. Okay, so it's just waiting for them to get so ill that they can't use that equipment anymore. Okay, so it's an arduous process. It's been 13 years so far. Right, like some of it is clearly dementia that's gone like completely psychopathic. Like you violated our community standards because of the standing program, and I'm not part of a community. Okay, that word is like primates. Yeah, like you can see the problem there because they have a hatred for me and standing up and walking as the brain disease progresses. They hate everything about me and my species. So I don't even consider them to be regular Neanderthals, like regular Oz. Okay, just I don't think they could even explain to you. It's sort of like when she used to talk about the end times and stuff. You go, well, what happens? They can't really explain it to you. Okay, so some of them, their thought idea about what happens, they know that if they tell you that, you're going to go, you are fucking insane. Because they believe their brain disease is a process. Their brain disease is a journey that everybody is going to go through. That's what they believe. And if they can just peel back enough layers of your brain matter, basically, you will turn into them and you will understand them and understand their thoughts. Well, you asked. It's like a form of Buddhism. They're trying to mentally reason their brain disease, and they're probably narcissists who can't just accept that they have brain disease. That has to be a process, and then they're waiting for the rest of us to start that process. Are you open to it? Oh, good, you're open to it? No, I'm not open to it. I'm never going to be open to it. I am a different species. I am never open to it. Okay, so when people don't believe in monogamy, they certainly don't like a celibacy program and a proper courting program, and they don't like sobriety either. Okay, so I would assume I continuously violate their community standards. I'm sure. Okay, so where it's like a dominance, and then you pay homage to people and stuff, and then that somehow makes you equal, right? You realize the true bad of yourself and all of this, and I never do that. I never do that. Just like a board certified psychiatrist can never do it either. Usually they don't like people in the mental health community. They can never come to the greater understanding either.
Just have to, if it's something's very provocative or you suddenly feel a heightened sense of emotion, slow down. You can always go to a reputable news source and search information. Experts also tell us you want to have security software on your devices. You want to have unique passwords for all.
So are they trying to tell people that people in their family are dead and stuff? Are they getting that sort of weird? Yeah, because that's what they were doing to me. Oh, Al says that they're alive and well. They have mental illness. Right, they have mental illness. I don't want to talk to Al. Yeah, I don't want to talk to Al. Right, just so you can't even say that, but you guys might be able to say that. Like, if they're telling you that a kidnapped person is okay, and you go, "Can we talk to the kidnapped person? Can we talk to the kidnapped person?" Or okay, then they're clearly not okay. They're clearly deceased, and you're criminally insane. Are they telling you yet that they're a mediator? Are they telling you that? I don't know if they're going to do it to everybody, but you will be completely encased in a private internet prison with these things. And that's all they do. Probably trying to get you to the higher truth. Right. You're supposed to question everything. They make you believe things that aren't true. Whatever it is, that it's different depending on that person's underlying and their remaining brain matter. And whatever religious doctrines they were studying.
All of your accounts and turn on that two-factor authentication if you can. It's hard though. I mean, they're preying on our human instincts.
They really are. They really are. Becky, thank you. Thank you for bringing this to light. Appreciate you. Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robert.
So it should have seemed weird from the beginning that they didn't want people on Facebook. That should have been weird from the beginning. Okay, so Facebook is your real name, and usually there's photos of you, and it has your age and your location. Okay, like they want to just, they don't want you to ever know who they are, even when it's beyond obvious who they are. They're mentally ill. So anyway, hopefully you won't get as like one-on-one time as I've had to deal with. It just. Okay, so what does Sean Diddy Combs think about sexual assault? Is he against it? Okay. That was something we started talking about with Brian Buchanan. that's a valid topic. Okay. You all folks are free to talk about whatever you want. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that might be something I might be interested in listening to, or right. Just I know some of us are just like, okay, so what is actually okay for us to like be on YouTube and stuff? Okay. And what's going on with Facebook? If you thought that weird notifications and stuff, that is happening. If you thought that, some people, obviously, it's a natural concern if you're getting paranoid or mentally ill. So these people sort of feed on that. They will literally go on this thing and keep telling me I'm in a psychosis. Everything. See, you saying that is part of your psychosis. And I just go, what the fuck? They were texting my phone from a military base in California. Are you open to it? Al says the kids are okay. They told me that Brian Buchanan was in a trailer in Alabama with my daughter who's in a cage. That's what they told me. So yeah, I mean, in some of the fucked up shit they do you see on your news that where the letters AL and they keep doing that and telling you they're talking about something else? That doesn't say Al. They have dementia? I don't know. I doubt they think it's funny. I think they're psychopathically insane and they hate me. But they forgot that they used to support me 13 years ago. They forgot. They made up Operation Pillow Cloud and flew to the Vatican and had the Pope quit because they hate me. That made any sense? Nope. They forgot what they were doing. Probably much like a person who forgot she had people that she used to cook for that now she tries to block from fucking eating. Much like Brian Buchanan forgot that you eat food and drink a liquid every day that's not alcohol. I'm probably going to have to wash my hair tomorrow because of the radioactive fallout. I can tell that I'm itchy. Yeah, starting to get itchy. Well, I went a couple of days without taking a shower. I got itchy when I took a shower. Right, so it does something where your skin starts to feel like it's stripped. So, yeah. Nope, I'm not staying hauled up in a house for 5 years. Sorry. I'll just die from radiation. I am not doing that. I understand people that did it, especially in the beginning. It wasn't even this bad before. It started like this in 2022. So it was 2 years in January. And it's been pretty consistent since what, July, after I left Quincy. Because of everything that just took place while I was out there. Yeah, just all of it, including the Brian Buchanan business. And just like I told you, they still have not told me if the person was living or not. And they will just keep doing that. And they will post on an internet prison. That's part of your psychosis. Brian said he's fine. He has a girlfriend or whatever the fuck. Whatever it is they decide is their reality. they've been making up fake Facebook pages. They could make up a fake Facebook page for that dude. Go to his Facebook page and go, the kids are good, the kids are fine. And then come back to my internet prison, even though I can't even see these pages, and go, Al said the kids are fine. Like, what prison ever has a person in a prison where you don't even have a fucking visitor? And then someone comes in and goes, yeah, Al said the kids are fine. That's why it's a hostage and not a prisoner. Because I'm not even a criminal. And they don't treat criminals like this. Like, when Scott got arrested, did they contact his next of kin? Okay, right. How do you not contact a woman's legal spouse or any of her adult children? Because they're not living and you keep trying to hide that. You're criminally deranged. Also, I'd be entitled to the man's Social Security benefits. They're profoundly criminally insane. I'm just waiting for God to kill them. Right. Just when you start talking about it, it becomes this big fucking roundabout. That's why I don't want to do it. They enjoy that shit. It's like becomes just nothing but a labyrinth of profound insanity because it's been going on for 13 fucking years. We're in the 14th year of it. Right. Just like that chick. Something's preventing you from moving on with your life. I don't even ask you anymore about my fucking children or my house or anything. I don't ask you for a fucking income. I don't ask you for housing. I'm not even calling you about a fucking SNAP food card. Clearly, Almighty God is killing you. I'm just waiting for that process to complete. I don't know if that's the journey you're on. Right. Why is Mary not on Facebook? Why is she not on Facebook currently? You shut off the Mary Gladys Martin Lagore. You started posting there that the owner is keeping the material private. I don't have a fucking owner. I tried to set up other Facebook pages and you fucking deleted them all. Even one that nobody else could see. You're that fucking sick. So please, leave it the fuck alone. Like I said, it's clearly one of those days. So it's going to be every couple days they do it. It's sort of like when a person blocks you in a fucking kitchen until you yell. And then they win something. You cannot care. Nope, you cannot care. And then you go, okay, so we'll move on now after that. Okay. The sexual assault.
A new lawsuit filed by a producer and videographer on Diddy's latest project accuses him of sexual assault.
This is the fifth lawsuit against Diddy since November. The first one, filed by his ex, Cassie, was settled. Here to break it all down, Better Call Brian, ABC News contributor and attorney Brian Buckmeyer. Thanks for being with us. There are so many disturbing allegations in this suit. Just give us the Cliff Notes version of it.
All right, so if we're talking about this last one with Rodney Jones, he's saying that he was a producer on Sean Combs or Puff Daddy's recent album, The Love Album, and he lived with him from November of 2022 to September 2022 to November of 2023, just a little over a year. And he says in that time he was basically groomed while he was making music. He was also
okay. So this is part of the. Can you see me online? Because this video alone would really help people understand what's going on. This is a good example of they don't really have any thoughts in their heads anymore because of the brain plague. Okay. So they literally rely upon me to type or talk, and then they transcribe that into some sort of reality. I can't make this shit up. Okay. They were doing this in Quincy, and I told Alex about it in 2021 because I was so freaked out about it. I had no idea, at least this cycle, that people could be that mentally ill. Like when she was constantly asking, "What do I do?" and stuff, these people are just as sick, but they don't admit it. Okay. It's like when they used to tune into the news and then that's a directive to do stuff. Okay. Like for some reason they won't ask God to help them. And then while they're doing this, they won't stop being in charge. They won't stop running um, the DTA office and Social Security and housing. They won't stop doing that. Even when every day they wake up, there's no mental processing going on. And then they're reading stuff and then they write, that becomes their reality. This entire story is a good example of it. They were doing this in Quincy. Right. So clearly, God is going to put these things down. Anybody who doesn't have that level of brain disease would go mentally insane. They'd go mad. Like everything becomes like a production, like they're in a play all the time because they're depersonalized primates. Apparently, wherever it is they're going to be going, that's what their um, heaven is going to be. And that makes sense to them. Like every day of their life is like a new play they're in because they always have a persona. They don't really have an established self and they use a persona like actors.
Subjected to a lot of illegal activities, whether it be drugs, sex, partying. There were other celebrities named in this lawsuit who were with underage women and were participating in sex trafficking. So it's a lot of grotesque and almost horrible allegations of trafficking, sex assault, and the like. And the big part about this case, I think, at least the claim, there seems to be video evidence that are screenshot throughout the complaint.
And Danny's attorney released a statement, and we want to put that up for our viewers and read it in part.
Honestly, this is really not as bothersome to me as other things. Right. Like I understand that there's a lack of topics. Okay. This is not as bothersome to me as other things. Okay. It's good in terms of the rest of the Passover so that people understand what's acceptable and what's not. Especially with the brain disease, people are getting confused. Okay. Yeah, because it's like a good topic to discuss sexual assault, obviously, and not to do that.
Saying, quote, Little Rod is nothing more than a liar who filed a $30 million lawsuit shamelessly looking for an undeserved payday. His reckless name dropping about events that are pure fiction. We will address these outlandish allegations in court and take all appropriate action against those who make them in. The rap mogul settled his case with his ex, Cassie amicably, but, he's clearly ready to fight these allegations. So what is he on the hook for?
So first, let's kind of backtrack backtrack on the Casey case. The fact that he settles, it doesn't prove guilt or innocence. It's just that what we have in those statements there, they settled. But for the Rodney Jones case, he's asking for $30 million. Again, he was a producer on this Love album. He says that those are the lost wages that he didn't get, but it doesn't mean that's the only amount of money he may get. If this case ultimately goes to trial, a jury could award him more or less depending on what the evidence is in that case.
I mean, there's no doubt that Diddy is one of the most powerful people in the music industry. He is worth billions of dollars. How does that, who he is, factor into all of these cases? Because there are multiple cases.
Yeah. So, like you said, there were 5 originally. 1 is settled. There are 4 now. One of them involves a Jane Doe that's accusing Sean Combs of participating in multiple people having sex with her. When you talk about how this applies to a larger setting in the court of law and also the court of public opinion, I think a lot of people are drawing similarities between other powerful men who've been charged and been convicted, whether you're talking about Harvey Weinstein or Kelly. And people are thinking, hey, we've heard rumors in the past. People have whispered in the darkest corners of these kind of studios, and now is something.
One thing you can see too is Brian Buckmere. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure some people get angry when they see this shit because it's clearly misogyny. Okay. But I honestly don't think that they even understand what they're doing. Yeah, like that's why I said it's better when they don't talk, right? Okay. Like the females. Do they think that's funny too? Like you're talking about sexual assault, but then you say Brian Buckmere. Get it? Okay. Like it's I think that your sex acts with your females is nothing but degrading them. It's like a dominance. Right? Okay, I'm not sure your females want to keep hearing about it because they may not have lost as much brain matter as you did. Okay. Who knows out in the jungle what female monkeys and gorillas think, but they don't have a communicable language. So the females might think something and the males think another thing, but they never know what the other animal is thinking. This is very detrimental to you people. Just your females understand written word and spoken word. So you can't possibly understand sexual assault when you think it's funny. And you're going, Brian Buckmere, ah ha ha. Get it? You can't really understand why what the dude did was even wrong. So when you rape women now, is it funny? I would assume that most of you think that. Like, that's why you're on sort of like a stay home, stay safe thing. People like that. Like you have sex with women to dominate them and sort of degrade them. You rape women to embarrass them and stuff, and because you're angry. Right? Okay. So that explains some of the containment because I think the public is like, what is going on? It's God's way of containing them until they die.
Coming to light. Judges are going to look at this and say, we have a roadmap as to prosecuting these people in the past. We've had roadmaps as to people being falsely prosecuted, and they're going to follow the evidence where it leads them for both or all of these cases.
These are civil cases, and these victims.
Can you see why they're actually happier if they're not allowed to be doing whatever they want? Some of them just don't know that. Okay, and it's a progressive brain disease that becomes wicked disturbing to them if they're not controlled. You ever hear about like teenagers that get sort of belligerent and pretend like they don't like having rules? It's not true. They actually do like having rules, but it's part of being a teenager that you complain about the rules. Not you're ever allowed to take over because it's not good. It becomes scary. because they speak a language, okay, and other people can see what they're doing and hear what they're saying and read what they're typing. So things that they think are okay to say and do completely alienates them from their females and sometimes other males, but it completely alienates them from their females and they become horrified and just will do nothing but scream and hit themselves and stuff. It's not good. They think what they're doing is actually funny, and then any of them, their mother, their sister, anyone they ever tried to go out with, they rely upon females for affection. Oh yeah, just they clearly don't believe that sexual assault is wrong or a crime, but maybe someone, like, part of what they're doing is trying to, like, because like mentally retarded people do, they don't really understand it, but okay, yeah, this is wrong, don't do this. That's how you teach mentally retarded people, not they know it's wrong. It's about social acceptance. Okay, so this is wrong, you don't do that, and then people are nice to me. It seems like at first that they're being psychopathic on purpose because they do that stuff too. But in this case, I think that it's like a kind of contradiction in terms because you're not understanding that nothing is registering like mentally retarded people.
Alleged victims are asking for millions of dollars. How does someone determine what that number is for damages?
So there are different types of damages that are kind of over-encompassing under a larger umbrella, and then there's stuff that we hear underneath. So for example, you might hear a term like compensatory damages. It's just a fancy way of saying to compensate a person. That's like lost wages, medical bills, emotional distress. And for that, you can calculate. I can calculate how much money I lost because of this harm of me not being able to go to work. There are nominal damages, which you're just saying this person wronged me. Think like trespass. You broke the law or you broke a contract, but I wasn't really harmed in a way that money can be attached to it. But the big one, I think that if Sean Coates is found liable, not guilty because it's civil, are punitive damages. That's meant to punish. And if you're looking at a case where someone is found liable for the types of allegations that a person is kind of throwing at Sean Combs now, a jury or a judge can look at this and say, I want to punish you for a lot more money than what the plaintiff is asking for.
Brian Buckmeyer, this will be something we'll be watching for a while.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, some of these people are in California, by the way, and I'm sure it's way worse there. I'm sure it's way worse there than I saw in Quincy. Places like Miami, that's why they have so many police officers there. I'm sure it's way worse than what I saw in Quincy. Okay, this one's helpful. It's a 25-year-old with cancer.
If you're not making $158,000 per year,
so 25-year-olds have cancer.
When I'm looking in the mirror and I remember that I'm fighting a war against cancer, I remind myself that I'm strong and that I love myself and that it takes a lot to go through this. In August of 2023, I had a cough begin. I started to get back pains along with the cough. I recall a specific memory. I enjoy running, and I oftentimes will go to New York City, and one of my favorite things is to run through Central Park. And I normally have no problem running through Central Park with no breaks, and I could not catch my breath. I knew something was wrong with my body, and it wasn't until I had seen my primary doctor. So I shared this with him, and he decided to order me an x-ray. They were looking at was mediastinal mass accompanied by 2 other shadows. And when I read that, my whole world changed. My doctor called me up. shared with me that I had cancer, which you don't know what to expect to feel. They staged it at stage 2, so I started chemotherapy.
Okay, so this is one of the things where I became slightly enraged. I don't know, a month ago, 2 months ago, because I thought maybe that I was somehow going to be quote unquote allowed um, to view the people, and if they wanted um, to hear from me, that would be available to them. And then again, these people that I call monsters began shutting me off, like they were probably jealous. They're that ill. So they don't care about people with cancer either, trust me. So, right. So, anyway, so I would assume it's lung cancer because it sounds like the symptoms, but we'll see if he keeps talking about it. So, he's in New York City. Okay. And he's 25 and he has cancer. So, especially if it's lung cancer, because I think they were explaining to you that's unusual because they usually don't even screen people for lung cancer unless they're over the age of 50 and smoked.
Right away, and a number of operations, and I've been in it ever since. I've been a very healthy person my whole life. You'd like to believe that you can do everything you can to prevent it, but sometimes, life has another plan. The very last video, he has a full head of hair again, a full beard, and a big belly. And in that moment, I knew I could beat cancer because I had just watched this guy do it. And so I decided to start posting content. So what started as just something that I was inspired to do from this gentleman has blossomed into this community of people that help me to be strong and believe that the world is a good place. I am in disbelief that so many of you are here to support and send love and prayers. It makes me feel so loved and supported, and I couldn't be more grateful for it. There are people that are telling me about how my story is helping them. Also, just other people sharing their stories with me. Their stories are helping me. I have a whole new perspective of what means a lot to me. But I would tell you that the most compelling lesson that I've learned through this is to understand what's truly important in life. And for me, what's truly important is helping other people and spending time with those you love. If you can do those two things, you will have a very, very fulfilled life.
The other thing too I wanted to God just reminded me about is removing live streams already, even on the new channel. Okay, so I don't know. God told me not to overthink dementia several times. That's been recently, so that I'm not driven mad by it. Okay, like yeah, like if they lost family members from cancer and that has something to do with what they're doing, that is not my problem. I mean, you should understand why that happened at this point based on what you're doing to me. Not you're justified by what you're doing because of it. Yeah, I mean, totally 100% fact. Just, I've done nothing but try to help you folks since the get go when I started doing this. So, yeah, just can you see the completely insidious nature of it all, what they've been doing? Okay, so they started getting it started with me about 2013 when they started shutting off all of my communications. God told me to post an email account on a Twitter account, and that's when I knew that they were intercepting, even if people tried to email me. So they're completely deranged. And you can see how sick and cruel that is to be doing that to a person or people. Okay, because people are dying. It's an extinction, and they're trying to encase people like myself. And then what the fuck is that? It's like an extinction, and people could have had a chance to talk to people. So it's definitely some sort of wildly insane coping mechanism. So I'm waiting for God to finally put them out of their misery. Okay. I mean, clearly you go, it seemed weird like they were going to go around killing everybody and pretend like they weren't killing everybody. And then they're going to pretend to be everyone on Facebook. You're going to pretend to be 300 million people. And then you're going to prevent people from talking to each other, like what just happened to me. There was people literally attacking me and a man that were trying to court. And then everything that happened at the hospital. And then what is it? Call Brian, or, oh, Brian's alive and well. He's busy. Remember that? Oh, Brian is in recovery. And then what was I? Did they think I was going to die that month? And then I would just think Brian was in recovery? Like, you people are so ill. Al says the kids are safe. Really? Because a 25-year-old has probably lung cancer. He didn't say what it was. And he's in New York. Is that typical? So anyways, clearly people doing that don't reincarnate. Right? Why'd you outlaw Florida alimony when 2 photographs of me and a man were posted to his Facebook page? Oh, yeah. See how disgusting it is? I'm waiting for God to put them out of the misery. Yeah, that's what I've been reading, and people have been reporting of the symptoms of the lung cancer. A cough, he had pains in his back, and then he had shortness of breath, which is probably what led him to go to a doctor. And I don't want to be mean, but by that point, that's what all the doctors have said. That's why they screen smokers at a certain age, because it's just that type of cancer. And that's why it's sort of compassionate, because it's quick. You're not even going to have any symptoms till you're about to go. So just think about people that are in a safe zone, and you go, okay, you're in a safe zone. Why do we all have to be kept hostage? Get it? We're not even in a safe zone, and we're just being kept hostage and prevented from moving around the land piece, interacting with other people, doing things that we want to do. And then you have a select group of people that they're allowing to do that in some sort of complete derangement of the minds, because those people were kept unawares of reality. And then they think they're taking over a land piece. Not everyone's being killed here. And they're going to court and all this weird shit they're doing. They need to do this so that meals are available to them when they're in an extinction. So clearly shutting off a snap card again isn't going to save anyone. they did the stuff about the kids, so it's dementia, and I have no idea what God is saying to that being other than it's being contained. That's why God said, "Don't overthink dementia." Like basically everything that they're saying to me now has no meaning. It's just dementia, and it's whatever that person's psyche will accept in their remaining brain matter. Right. So when they shut off my phone and said, have you talked to the kids lately? Have you thought about calling them? Call Brian. Oh yeah, just maybe it means see all Brian, like oh they're all sex assault people or something. I don't know. Well, because Good Morning America really wasn't doing that to me. Was it the Today Show though? It wasn't Good Morning America. I think it was the Today Show that did the thing yesterday. Build healthier habits with these simple changes to your routine. Okay, this sounds good. I like these too. See what they say.
It's fun. Every good thing in this world started with a dream.
So this morning on Launch Start Today, we want to tune up our daily routines. We're going to target one small thing that can help you change our habits from the moment we wake up to the time we go to bed. Thanks to our sponsor. So today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour's here. She's a member.
No cough, no pains, and no shortness of breath. But we're only 2 years into this, so.
These are simple swaps to help us feel better. Steph, this isn't weird at all.
Good morning. Good to see you.
So let's just make it a little weirder.
You guys can stay there actually because before you pick up your phone in the morning, I want you to do one small thing, and that is movement. So if you guys want to do a little stretch in bed, you can do that. Hugging your knees into your chest, you're doing a little spinal twist. It's a great way to get in some movement. If you don't have time to go on a walk or do a full workout, you can also sit up on the edge of your bed too, Craig, and do that twist by yourself. Now that you've got more space. So I've got 4 apps that you can use to really help you jumpstart your morning when you're short on time.
This meeting is such a massage. Just
Oh, thank you. Well, you've done our second app, which is a moment of joy. So maybe you want to laugh with a loved one, or maybe you want to dance around while you're getting ready to your favorite song. Also, mindfulness.
Shut up. Nothing.
Yes, for people at home that are intimidated by meditation or don't have time, just doing a simple one deep breath. One small thing, hold it at the top, and then slowly breathe out is a great way to mindfully start your day. And then lastly, the final M is to mark something off your to-do list. So if you can just even make your bed, check off your list, yes, and then you can move on to breakfast.
How about breakfast?
Yes, so for breakfast, one small thing we can do is actually to make breakfast one day of the week and then have it carry over for the rest of the week. So I've got 2 breakfasts here, and they're both made with silk almond milk, which I love. These are some breakfast oat bars. Yeah, they're delicious. So we've got fruit in them. They're also packed with Greek yogurt and egg for added protein. Over here, we've got overnight oats, so you can doctor these up with whatever fruits you want. Nuts for added protein, and including a plant-based ingredient like silk.
Well, it would almost be interesting if these 2 people are having way more fatigue. Yeah, because I don't think he made lunch. I don't like to be that nosy, but I don't think he made lunch today. So you go, unless he's just going down there and eating snack food for himself, right? Because you go, it's got to be because they're not moving around. Yeah, it's got to be because they're not moving around. I'm not having any fatigue. I actually feel better than I have in other days. Yeah, I'm not having that. Nope. Like I think, was it yesterday? I think today I went. Today is way better than yesterday. It was either the first day or yesterday where I was like, I think it was yesterday. Yesterday and last night. Today I felt was way better than yesterday. Yeah, just so I'm a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit freaked out about Friday. Oh, now it's back down to 59. Okay, yeah, I was a little bit freaked out about Friday only because I expected tomorrow to be the last day, and then another thing. Like, because first you said 40 something, now 59, but rain, so it's probably going to feel way colder than that. Okay. So tomorrow is essentially the last day, but then Saturday it's right back up to 60. So, okay, let's see. It just said 62. Now it says 61 for tomorrow. So I'm not sure. And then 59. And then 60, 57. Okay. 52, 44. Okay, so by Tuesday, okay, 44, 45, 52, 51. Okay. Because now we're getting, I don't know, it's still March, so maybe those are the regular temperatures. Do you think it's actually going to rain Friday? They've done that before, and it's like sprinkles. Yeah, it's not looking too good for rain because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then by before 9 a.m. it's over. Yeah, that was like last year. Every time they said it was going to rain, it was just like cloudy. But I mean, you may have had a mist, so it wasn't. But it was 99% chance, so you never knew. And then that one day I went out there after Brian disappeared, and it was like completely like sheets of water raining. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's saying something because I know there's been summers like that here where all it does is rain. I noted it before. I think it was it 2020 or 2021? I think it was 2021. And I just went. I think he might have been doing that to force them to stay indoors. Okay. And then more time went on. So if they're getting as bad as they were last summer, who knows? Maybe the whole summer it's going to rain. It's not going to be right. Don't get terrified about things yet. Right. It might be that it's something like that happens. If you're having cognitive problems, then right. I'm pretty sure it was 2021. It was like pretty much all it did was rain. It was like the entire month of June. And I think much of July because I didn't end up out there until August. Uh, if I mixed it up, it was the year before because I remember I'm pretty sure it was 2021 because Karen went camping with Michael on 4th of July weekend and it rained. And I remember being in the room upstairs going, I feel bad for these people. I hope nobody is outside because it was literally doing nothing but rain for about a month and a half. Right. So you can have years like that. Uh, the summer that I came back from New Mexico, Dave and Alex reported to me that it had been doing nothing but raining and it was cold. It was like 44 degrees. The summer, I think it was when I went to Washington, D.C., um, it had been a colder summer. Okay. I remember sitting out on the porch because I was smoking then. And yeah, just there's been summers like that. So don't get completely freaked out yet. Um, it has something to do with releasing glycogen and all that from your liver and just loosening up all your joints and stuff by moving around. It's just a whole, it keeps your lungs clear. If you start getting that raspy, whatever, you've got to start taking walks. It goes away. That's why I quit smoking in October because I started getting it. I don't know if I don't recall if I've had that before. I know was it 2018 when I quit and I didn't smoke for 5 years, because that's last year. That would have been 5 years. I was doing this stuff like this, and I could hear myself wheezing when I was breathing. I don't have any of that now. Like, I don't have any of that now. There's certain little things that can happen to you that you don't just go, I'm going to die now. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't care about living, but yeah, that freaked me out. So it could have been my kidneys. Okay, right, it could have been my kidneys, because they do get big and they press on things. So whatever that was, I got rid of it. Yep, I do water bottles and stuff. I don't have any of that. I don't have wheezing. My voice doesn't sound like it did in November or like October. I was getting it occasionally, I think, in November, wasn't I? And then if I took a walk, it went away. I just consumed, like, you know how much sodium I just consumed in the past 2 days? And then there was like a day break, and then that's a lot. That was 4 pounds of sodium, called the corned beef. I'm not even retaining anything. Right. So I can't do it on it. It's more the carbs. That's the the lesson there. It's not that I can just eat salt, doctor. It's not because of the high blood pressure. You should know that. I can't just eat pounds of salt, right? Because of the blood pressure. I have to. Everyone with high blood pressure is told to go on a low salt diet. But it's the carbs more than the sodium. And it's like this: if a person does become on fluid restrictions, they definitely don't want salt, and they don't want carbs, because, right, they want like fruit. They definitely, if they're not supposed, if protein is making them sick now, they want other types of carbs because they're going to get thirsty. Well, it's a progression. It's a progressive illness. You got to walk around. It moves the fluid around. Okay, you got to walk around. It flushes everything out. You don't get stuff in your face doesn't swell up. Your lungs don't do that. You got to follow the whole thing. But you probably, if you're sort of my stage, you can eat a corned beef. You're probably not going to eat 4 pounds of corned beef at once. And if you're smart, you'll boil it first. And you got 1 day to do it. Especially if you're only doing it once a year, because it's St. Patrick's Day and it's not pork. And it's $1.49 a pound. So boil it first, even if you're going to fry it like that. Okay? I'm at your disposal. Sugar and carbs, forget it. It doesn't take long for me to start to get puffy. Yeah. I think I've done the salt test before, but it's been a long time. Didn't I eat a bunch of like salted snack foods or salt? It would have to be something that's not carbs too. It's got to be just like salted meat like that. And then you go, yeah, I'm not going to keep doing that, but yeah, it's the carbs and the sugar are way worse. Yeah, I don't remember having puffiness, but yeah, I did it. I went to AMC theaters. I got the huge Taylor Swift thing. I put I was doing handfuls of it with hot tamales. Isn't that like from Peanuts? I never was putting candy in popcorn before. I never was getting movie popcorn. And someone had to put a stop to it by shutting off a disability income. That's how cruel and sick people are. You go, what is the issue with this woman? They're mentally insane. That's the issue with this woman. They're cruel and sick and mentally insane. That is the issue with this woman. It's not fair. See, all Brian. Maybe that's what it means. See, these people are all Brian. I don't feel depleted. Okay, let me see. They got silk almond, which I don't drink. I've had almond milk. Um, if you don't want to have any dairy, right? It's way too, I don't like the taste of it, and it's usually loaded with sugar. I like soy milk that's unsweetened. Yeah. So
Almond milk.
that'd be the next thing I have to check because it's probably going in the trash. The last thing I got because I never even opened it. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because I do actually like it. It's just one of those things I probably could have poured it into glasses. We'll see. I'll check it tomorrow and see if it's still good. If not, that's going in the trash. Um, I like the silk, but it's wicked expensive. They had it at the food pantry once, remember? I think one of them, I one of them ended up in the trash and the other one I drank. Yeah, it was like I don't know how I ended up with two of them, but that became a thing where all of a sudden she took one out of the freezer, and I'm like, "Why are you taking that out of the freezer? Why are you touching my food? You don't even use that. You don't." Oh, I asked about the chicken. He didn't take it out, so she did it. She probably wants chicken or something. Yeah, like some of it is just basic, like dementia. She doesn't even mean to be mean, right? It's just the thing with sticking your finger in my mayonnaise. I would say that that's pretty retaliatory. Yeah, it's pretty retaliatory and gross. Um, Taking food out of a freezer because that's either what you want to eat and you're hungry, so you're like suggesting that someone cook it for you. That's a little bit different. I'm sure after 2 days, a person's probably pretty hungry unless she's been eating but just refusing to get out of bed.
Gives a boost of vitamins, minerals, and also calcium. So it's a great nutrient-dense way to get your day started off on the right foot, and it doesn't take any time. You can just grab this and go once you make it one time a week. Yeah, enjoy. I mean, next up in the office
for my boys all the time.
Yeah, and they love it. They're delicious.
When you're in the office, I feel like, especially after lunch, you hit that like slump where you just want to put your head down on the desk.
Yes, and for people that don't have time for an hour walk on their lunch break, for a workout, just doing a simple exercise snack.
I like that.
Is really invigorating and deep in protein. Over here we've got overnight oats, so you can doctor these up with whatever fruits you want. Nuts for added protein, and including a plant-based ingredient like silk almond milk really gives a boost of vitamins, minerals, and also calcium. So it's a great nutrient-dense way to get your day started off on the right foot, and it doesn't take any time. You can just grab this and go once you.
Okay, what is that yogurt? I know, because I thought it was me. What? How was the yogurt made? Was it made with the soap milk?
Make it one time a week. Yeah, enjoy.
It's not a bad thing. I'm not making fun of her. Just
Yeah, and they love it. They're
I wasn't
delicious.
sure if I wasn't listening to her when she was talking.
Like slump where you just want to put your head down on the desk.
Yes, and for people that don't have time for an hour walk on their lunch break, for a workout, just doing a simple exercise snack.
I like that.
Is really invigorating and helps you de-stress. So we're going to start with shoulders up, back, and down, making a box with the shoulders. Yeah, you feel that like loosening up your
I feel my body like flicking all over.
Yeah, I know.
None of this stuff is bothersome to me, by the way. Right. I think that once it's established about the cancers and the nuclear and stuff, it's not bothersome. So if there was a confusion about what was going on with me, okay, and it shouldn't make any sense that I'm still kept hostage like this. So that definitely shouldn't be making any sense, especially considering what's going on. Okay, like just about every person that I talked to about the stay away order became concerned. Okay, like yeah, like, is that even legal to do? I'm sure it's probably not. Okay. Like the cops in Quincy were like, how is anybody going to know if you're riding the T? Because I expected that person to ask me if I did. I don't help people when they need to stop working. No, that's not my function. Okay. And it got to the point where those people are so sick with rejecting the government, they were not going to stop doing it until I stopped going like I'm in default. I swear to God. It is that. It's like lying about toilet paper. Reject all authority. They weren't going to stop doing it until I just stopped going. They have a complete inability to go, yeah, we're releasing your case, and they cannot do it. Yeah, just that last day in there, I went, I'm not coming back here. This is fucking crazy. Right. You want to keep doing it though, don't you? You want to keep doing it because you're like, you're still going to fucking call me back in here. I'm not Brian. Brian goes, as soon as I left there, I got right on the train. I don't do that, Brian. I mean, hello? Did I hire a lawyer when someone sent DCF to my house? Oh, yeah. Did I lie to do my laundry at the shelter? I did everybody's fucking laundry, even on Mother's Day. And I didn't even need to do laundry. But because I told them I was going to do laundry, I fucking did it. Because when I signed up for it, I didn't realize I was going to come here for 3 days. That's the difference between me and most fucking people, believe me. Right. I mean, when you know that most people are going to die from lung cancer, it's not like every waking second of your fucking day has to be spent doing that. It's just, it's never going to occur in people's minds to do anything about me or any other person. Like these people are in New York watching people die on the fucking ground that can't even take a shower. It's just, that's not how their kingdom runs. They have people that give out money and housing. They don't give out money and housing.
Maybe a little crunch. Yes. Another exercise you can do is with hands on your shoulders. Try to make the biggest elbow circles you can. So really reaching the elbows forward, up and down.
Right. No matter how insane it gets, they are not people that are going to fight their government. And why? Why would they fight their government? It's already been revealed and explained to us that can't happen. So why would they then do it?
This helps improve posture. So again, doing this throughout the day is really going to help you feel less sedentary too. Okay. Finally, if you want to stand up and do a stretch, you can put 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, and then slowly inch forward and stretch the back leg and the hamstring. Yes. Then it helps us to improve circulation and also energy throughout the day. That'll give me energy. Yes.
Right. Any movement is better than none movement. It's any movement at all. Right. And when people go, oh, okay, that's all you have to do, then they'll at least do that. Because people become overwhelmed with the one that I was on the other day. It's not that that's bad to do either. Right. They become overwhelmed with it and won't do anything. It seems like they don't even like the ones where they go, okay, you can do this, but don't do the weights or just do this is the modified. I think they get overwhelmed with it. That might be why Richard Simmons used to have all sorts of heavy people doing his sweating with the oldies, because he knew that. He knew that these people were never going to get up and do an exercise video with fit people on it. He knew that. That's what got to be why he was doing it. As weird as it sounds, right? As weird as it sounds, you go, but they're not fit. But like they eventually will be. They just won't even. They just go, and they won't even do it.
It's amazing. There you Absolutely. So you really want to set the tone for a night. So I like to wind down with a simple breathing exercise. Inhale, reach the arms out and up. And exhale, bring the palms down to the center of your chest. Good. So as you're doing this, maybe the lights are dimmed. Or maybe
It's probably more about the movement than the food, but she's like basically getting people to watch it because it's about the food.
Fingers into your shins. Inhale, lift up halfway. Exhale, lower down. Slowly roll up. You can also light a candle. Maybe have a little fan going so that you lower your body temperature. And really train your brain that these are little tiny things that you can do throughout the day in order to make you feel happier and healthier. I can see how at night. Wait, what am I here? What's going on with the music? The soft. I think the music. No, I think that was. Oh, there's something. No, that is weird. There was some very calming. Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you guys.
It's really important that we this too.
I'm used to it.
Hey,
If for some reason you haven't had that thing with your shoulder yet, and you get that, just make sure that you're not putting anything heavy on your arms. Like in this, you know how we do it typically with bags? Don't do it. Yeah, just things I learned. Don't put anything heavy on your arms, and don't let anything that so like because it was like if I extended my arm like this, oh my god. Oh yeah. Just if I extended my arm, it killed, and then it would like clunk, and it felt like the bone was turning, like my arm had been cooked like a drumstick, and the bone was turning within the muscles and stuff. Oh yeah, it was awful. I'm so glad, thank God. I'm so glad that that's he was explaining to me about slowly lifting the arms and stuff and pressing on the wall a little bit. And then when I went out to Quincy, Laurie, Wilton's mother, told me she went to physical therapy. And then I asked her, she was explaining some of the exercises. I go, well, that's what I was doing, yeah. So that was weeks. Remember, I keep going, it was about 6 months. It's impossible it was 6 months. It was impossible it was 6 months. Because I'm pretty sure I had shingles first. Shingles was December. That I know. And then I'm pretty sure it was after that. This came up today about if you've never done this before. Some people just go, how can anybody care about this? I'm sure it's not something that people don't know, right? It's just whatever courses of study that I took, I never remember learning this. But I'm sure, especially a physical therapist knows this. Bodybuilders probably know it. Okay. Athletes probably know it. So it's not going to mess up your brain. So don't get worried it's going to mess up your brain, because it doesn't really happen. When you walk, okay, you don't actually go leg, 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 leg. You actually don't. But your brain tells you that you do. Okay, you have a leading leg and you have a supporting leg. That's just how we walk. Even when you're watching people walk, it looks like they're just doing that when they're not. Okay. One leg supports all your body's weight, and the other one goes forward really fast. It goes forward fast, and then the other one goes like this. Okay. So the amount of time that this leg is supporting your body weight is not long. Okay. This is how I found out when I started doing those standing things on one leg, the Missy Elliott things, and I fully expected my right leg to be stronger than my left leg because I'm right-handed. And I think I knew that I led with that leg, but I didn't understand the whole dynamics of walking until I started doing that. And I went, what the? I noticed it when I started carrying stuff that my left side is way stronger than my right side. It's got to have something to do with which hand you write with and which leg you lead with. So we'd have to ask people that are left-handed which leg is their leading leg. They'd have to know what you're talking about and do basically the same thing, and then they could tell you if it has to do with writing. Okay. And I think like when I'm doing the bicep curls, I can tell it. And when I'm carrying stuff, I can tell it. So inevitably, I would end up carrying on the left side, was it? Or which side was I carrying the stuff on? The left side or the right side? I have a side that I prefer to carry on. And then I ended up with just more like of a muscle on that side because your body has to, that's probably what it is. It's, I hold it here, but I have to compensate like this to balance myself. Remember that when I used to show that muscle? I used to be a lot leaner and have more muscle mass. People I know don't even get me going because it's kind of sad. But I don't have that thing anymore. I used to be like leaner and have more muscle mass. So you could actually see it, that one muscle there. And I figured it out. It's because I slightly go like this to compensate for the weight on one side. So I guess if you wanted to do that, that's how you could do it. If you're walking a lot and carrying something, how are you going to do both sides? They probably tell you to do some sort of weird exercise with weights. I'm sure. But anyways, to me, it doesn't matter if it's only on one side. But anyways, the leading leg and the stuff, yeah. It came up today because that ankle is the ankle that was bothering me. And now, does jogging get rid of that? That's what I was wondering, if jogging gets rid of it as opposed to walking. Or does jogging get rid of it and jump it up and down as opposed to, is that why boxers do the, is it possible that's why boxers do it, so they can hit with both hands or something? Something. I don't think, like, is it just cardio or it's actually that jumping up and down? Yeah. I don't know. So, because you have to be solid so they can't knock you down in boxing. Yeah. So, anyways, the ankle is better. And then this morning, my calf was hurting, but it definitely wasn't the muscle. It was something in there that doesn't hurt anymore. And then when I started my walk, I go, seriously? Now my quad hurts. What do I have, a blood clot? How is that traveling up my leg? Yeah. But anyways, other than a nerve, right? Exactly. So that was the side that I thought that my sciatica glute thing was bothering me, but it's better. It's probably got something to do with jog walks and just laying like this and stuff. Yeah. Anyways, nothing major. But yeah, I was talking about that again on the walk about people that get caught up going, they already know that. Does anybody already know that? What does that have to do with you knowing something? I mean, clearly, if you go to university and you're in a lecture, someone already knew it. Now it's your turn to know it. Yeah, I don't really do that. No. I don't do that at all because that's not my function. It's about how the heck would I know it? It's about proving that God is real. Okay, and then it's displaying a different species and somewhat, at least before what my I don't want to say purpose, I don't like that word, what my function on planet Earth with the other species has been. And I don't believe they've ever been this bad. This is a whole different population of other species, and it's indicative of the end of their species, the end of the age, because it's just a contradiction in terms, especially about the medical stuff. It's a contradiction in terms. So I think some of the doctors and stuff are befuddled by all of it. some of it could be God, where they're supposed to accept that they're doing a journey and then going into another form, right, and not be expecting medical care. Okay, so of course they're not going to care about that. They're not going to care about what we do. They're not going to care about that. Okay, like clearly med students might have fun with it, but they're not going to stop the behavior. They're other species. Okay, so if people are hoping, don't worry about them changing their behavior. You got a 25-year-old in New York with lung cancer. Don't worry about them changing their behavior. So some people probably needed that again today. It's not to be mean. It's just there's other people on Earth besides the other species that we don't really want falling into a despair. Okay. Contrary to what the criminals blocking the social media and the phones seem to be doing. So it's concerning. Like some of the people they interviewed. Right. They're like, why am I getting this weird thing? And then then they go on there and tell them they're paranoid. And you go, wait a minute. That's God doing it to them. I'm paranoid? How are you talking on here if I'm paranoid? Okay. It's as bad as Mary said and Jared. Okay. So God just made you say that. So what you're doing can't have any effect on me. Okay. And yeah, don't fall into that because you'll go completely mad. Some of them think that they're doing psychotherapy and stuff on you because that's what they want to do for the rest of their time. If everything's in a lockdown, they can't even pretend to have an office and they're not being allowed to do that. That's the only way they can pretend that they're working as therapists by doing this now because they're not allowed to sit at South Shore Mental Health, and then homeless people are forced to tell them their personal life. Get it? How disgusting that is? You're giving me psychotherapy? And then little do you know, it's probably some pervert. Oh, yeah, just. And then they want to talk to you about, well, yeah, they had this happen to them. What? You're a therapist and you're telling me what you had happen to you? Holy mother of God. No, therapists don't do that. It's not sheer time. Fucking gross. So if you never went to therapy before, yeah, that is not what therapists do. Psychiatrists don't do that. Therapists don't do that. You might occasionally get a psychiatric nurse that somewhat does that in a hospital setting, but they're probably not really supposed to. Yeah, that is fucking gross. Just, oh yeah, and then I had this and that. You need to be in a shelter with the other kooks. That's how they all talk. That's how they form a friendship because of their fucked upness. And then they get a Suboxone strip and stick it in their mouth and get a dick up their ass. Not you expect that when you go to a therapist. You never know anything about a therapist's fucking personal life. That is a huge warning, warning, warning. It's not. It's really not. Nope. It's really not one big happy family. I thought this was how we met and made a friendship. Like, come to my apartment. No, it's not. You're a different species and it's social distance. So I expect you to stop doing that to members of my species. And it's actually kind of gross for members of your species. That is never how you functioned here on this land piece. Right. You have to go to school to be a therapist, and they teach you how to be a therapist. It sounds like you people probably want to be psychiatric nurses, not therapists. You want to work in a hospice. You want to work in a nursing home. You want to volunteer at a nursing home where those people want you to talk back and forth and like you're their peer, not a fucking therapist. Peer counseling. Fucking Christ, man. Oh, yeah. also this thing too, where you have a therapy group where the person a therapist running the group and never says a fucking word. These people need cognitive behavioral therapy. They all have clinical depression. Not they just sit in a room and talk and nobody can say anything back to them. Oh yeah, and then when you do, they flip out on you. That's typical, but you go, why are you here? Like, why do you think I'm here? Okay, I don't have all those fucking problems. Okay, so this dude needs help doing his fucking laundry, and this chick is obviously never gonna go, okay, well, I'm gonna come to your apartment and you'll do your laundry that fucking day. But that's how caring they are. Just every week. Da, 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 da. You're never gonna tell this guy, look, you say that for 3 weeks in a fucking row. What has to be done to get your laundry into a fucking washing machine? Then we all do a thing where we're going to make videos and go, we're all doing it on Sunday because that would work. And then someone shut us the fuck off. They want this dude at a group therapy by people that aren't even therapists for 10 weeks going, well, I still didn't get my laundry done. Maybe he doesn't have money to pay to have it done. That might be it. No one asked. But, or you just go, Jesus Christ, 3 weeks in a row, you don't think you should say something about that? What is the point of this? Interpersonal relationships? I know I went interpersonal relationships. Okay, I'm going to do this. Oh my God, why am I in this room? Is that the one that I know it's, I can't remember now because it's the same room, but it's different sessions at different hours. Is that the one that Ted Bundy was in? I think his was different, wasn't it? I don't think he was in the everyone's depressed in here room, was he? Well, my mother found my alcohol in my closet again. Freud's nightmare, wherever he is, Freud's nightmare. You are still talking about your mother? Anyways, I know, but they get pissed and they shut me off all over the place. They don't even want me in fucking Quincy because I get to meet all the serial killers. They don't like it. That's why they didn't let me meet people that were actively in prison. I know you go, you seriously denied these people a visitation with the Virgin fucking Mother when you knew she was here? Yeah, I think you're pretty much damned. You had people on death row. How many of them have died? Oh, yeah. You just go, what the fuck hell is this? People that are damned. That's what it is. God's explaining to them their extinction. Like, this isn't even functioning. Like, you went to the Vatican and then you didn't go, okay, well, have you asked her if she'll visit the sick or the dying or the people in prisons? No, they're going to do this. They're going to do it. Who are you? I'm sure since 2011. Let's see. Where is Mary? See how it says Mary in a fucking book? Where is that person? No. Went to the tomb, blah, blah, blah. That person's name isn't Jesus. Seen the risen Lord. Where is that fucking person? We are fucked. She's not here? Okay, well, whoa. I don't know. That's what I said. Is that the new terrorism? A 25-year-old has it. Where is this person? Remember, can you see me? Yeah, we can see you. Check the star, 2 5 star. Where is that person? Did you murder that person? Are you all getting text messages from California? Who would they even say? The anonymous people in the internet prison said that she is fine and okay. She is taking a break from social media. She is never taking a break from social media. No, she's not. We have these nice brochures here. Too much winning. It's not you. Do you have a narcissist in your life? Oh, is that doctor? Let me see what she says. I don't get to rewrite medical books, don't get me wrong. I just explain myself. Like, so when I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about. Because I'm like a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can do that. Right? Like, as an actual board certified psychiatrist, you would go, okay, so by narcissist, what do you mean? Get it?
Now I've seen everything.
If you are in a relationship with a narcissist, whether it's a partner, a friend, a family member, you want to listen to this. Clinical psychologist Ramani Durvasula has spent much of her career exploring the topic. Her latest book is called It's Not You, Identifying and Healing from Narcissistic People. This book is important.
It really is.
You know,
I'm not subject to the criticism yet because I'm not a psychiatrist.
And not recognizing and thinking that they're the problem. So how do you know if you are in a relationship with a narcissist? You feel a chronic sense of tension. You're always walking on eggshells. You're wondering, what did I do wrong? What did I say wrong? How come I can't get this right? Why do I always feel like I'm the one who's not enough? And the other person will always be telling you, you're not enough, you're not doing this right, you didn't remember this right, it's your fault. So you're in this chronic world of not only not getting empathy, but the blame is always being shifted on you. And when we love someone, we want to get it right. So it's got to be me, right? Let me fix this. That's what we do. That's what empathic people do. That's why it's called It's Not You. Because really it's not. And just those three simple words has helped me work with so many clients over the years who said, this is a new place to start from, because I thought.
Do you think that narcissists are much more prone to end up stuck in a relationship with another narcissist? Or they only do it with their parents? Yeah, because that might be what it is. The two that I definitely would say are most likely not. One of them definitely is. The other one is probably they don't have spouses. Okay, and then right. So I don't know. I wouldn't know that, right? So I can't. They have never had like the only thing you could both. I don't know anything about George Johnson, where he is, and Tom Kent is dead. So you have no way of knowing if she was actually in a thing like that with another narcissist. And I don't know that much about Tom Kent that I would know if he was a narcissist or not. Okay. When I use that word, to me, I would hope to God that it's a rare mental condition. Okay. Unless someone says, we are calling that a malignant narcissist. Like, we know what you're talking about. And they could explain another thing that's sort of narcissistic that they're explaining, just so that we knew what we were talking about. Not I'm arguing with them. I can only explain what I'm talking about when I say it, not I'm making new medical terms. So to me, a narcissist, and it might be a malignant narcissist, has basically the brain and the emotional growth of an 8 to 9 month old. Uh, that the theory that is that it's related to that time when they begin to realize the parent is separate from them. Okay. And that they can't actually control the parent with their mind. It has to do with brain development. Okay. Like at that time, the brain is probably supposed to begin interacting more with others rather than in a constant thing with God that helps a person because they're an infant and it's their understanding what is going on. Like it helps keep them calm because they're completely helpless. Right, they're completely helpless like this. So it takes another person to do everything, pick them up, change their diapers, feed them, comfort them, carry them around. So it can be a frightening state if God doesn't have the brain like that. Okay, like God's constantly comforting them. Okay, the mother is about to come. Okay, right now this is going to happen. Okay, like that's my understanding of what's going on in the brain that people don't remember because that's a lot, right? You can't really be conscious during that time. You wouldn't want to be. So then, about 8 or 9 months, that's why they do that weird thing that you notice where they flip out when they're not being held by the parent, especially if they can't see them. Right, you notice it. It's like a developmental stage, about 8 or 9 months. So that's probably when they begin actually interacting and they understand that they're not controlling the parent with their mind. They like it probably is pre-speech. Like they cry. They're supposed to be beginning to have an interest in speech in order to get what they want. Right. It encourages speech development to have the understanding that you're not thinking a thought and they come. That's not you. That was God talking. Okay, so now you've got to do a vocalization. You've got to you've got to become more mobile, stuff like that. Okay, so I believe they literally become stuck at 8 or 9 months old. And so they're thinking it's probably difficult for them to even explain to you how they view other people. Okay, like I don't know if they're as the brain is still growing, it's not maybe conscious of its thinking. I don't know that. I haven't. She's so volatile, and I could never have conversations with her like that. But if you know a narcissist that isn't, then you can. Right, those are the types of like. Um, maybe they have a whole bunch of questions they ask people, and that helps get that answer about what's actually going on. But yeah, as freaky as it is, I think they think that they can manipulate everybody by what they're doing. That might be how it's expressed in their brain and their psyche. Okay, but it's my understanding that's where it's coming from. It's not really people that are like conceited or self-centered. Yeah, it's like way more involved. And then I would add this to it because she does it, where I explained they have to be perfect. Okay, they have to be perfect. So they literally project the negative stuff about them onto other people. And then they absorb other people's behaviors. Here's an example because this I did get from her. Okay. Oh, yeah. So I did the dishes. She didn't do the dishes. Mary did the dishes. Okay. And then probably things that she says negative about me are actually her. And I don't know if she's been like that my entire life. If she was doing that and people didn't know it, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she just pinpointed a child and started doing it, or it's because I'm here and I'm in this state of consciousness, as you call it, and so God is allowing me that level of, yeah. Because sometimes when you hear people say stuff, you go, "Oh my God, how is a person that insane?" I don't know if that can be really called elderly dementia or Alzheimer's, because she's definitely a narcissist. So it might be just coupled with that, and God's allowing those utterances so that, because people want to know because of what I do, so they they want to know those things, and you go, people that study this stuff and that like they yeah, always patience when you, if you're going to have like a group of people that are in the mental health field, and that's probably types of conversations like that because that's their interest. They wouldn't be doing it if they weren't interested in it. So not everyone has to be interested in it, but some people are. And you just go, whoa. Like Allie, that was with Alex, said that she had a poison suit. She has long pants on because she has poison sumac. I had poison sumac. Um, Rebecca Donahue um, told her people that she was 49, and her son was there, and he goes, "You're not 49, you're 48," because that was my age at the time. So she was doing it too. Um, but I mean, do they have it to that degree? Because I was hoping it was a rare condition. I know you just go, whoa, that's one, two, three. Yeah, that's three. And you go, whoa. I would hope to God somebody would tell me if I was doing that. Do they ever tell them that they're doing that? I mean, that Allie person is an old Rebecca Donahue should be told she's doing it too. That maybe her son tells her that, right? Like, you're doing that thing. Okay. Uh, say that someone had dementia, that's not a narcissist. It's possible because of the brain plague that Rebecca Donahue has dementia, um, not she has narcissism. She's a narcissist. Same thing with Allie. It depends on what she's doing. I really didn't see her doing anything else that appeared that she was trying to beat me. I got to say that. So she might have some form of dementia, and that's she. They, I don't even know if they know they're doing it. They'd have to be asked. Like a little kid, okay, and then what is it? You like cherries? And then they ask the next one, and they don't know what to say, so they just go, "I like cherries," because they saw a positive response, and that was like an acceptable answer. That's true. They could have dementia or not narcissists. Because I go, whoa, wait a minute. There's that many of them. That's spooky. That's a one, two, three. Yeah, so that's possible too. I don't have enough time around those people that I would be even fathoming. Yeah, I mean, I would think you'd have to spend an inordinate amount of time around a person, Barbara Streisand, to even be able to come up with that. But she has some of the traits. If she's not diagnosed with a narcissist, she definitely has some of the traits. Was she having brain disease and hoarding and stuff too? Yeah, so I don't know if everyone hoarding is doing it, but when you have a bunch of symptoms that are the same as hers, okay. Like the tragedy of the dead parent, and then the childhood is completely. Did anyone check into her childhood and see if anything was made up? Okay, like she had a doll that the mother took the doll away. You go, are you talking about a book you read? Are you talking about Mrs. Dalloway? Because you went to college, ma'am, and you were all into that. You had a copy of Our Bodies, Ourselves in your house. Okay, so yeah, that's spooky. I don't think your mother had a Dalloway. I think you read a book. Was that actually in that book? What was the name of it again? Remember that? One day, a single day of one day of my life, and I got to buy the flowers, and they made that the hours based on it because the hours, the film I liked. But what was the chick's name? Don't tell me. Virginia Woolf. Thank you. You guys don't tell me. It's not like you have a way to tell me. Virginia Woolf. Was it that was the character's name in the book, Mrs. Dalloway? Okay, I don't think you had a Dalloway. I think you read a book by Virginia Woolf. Okay, I think that's what happened. Someone knows if it was required reading when she went to college. She went to Boston State College. Okay, and then I actually went to college with her one day, and she brought in an entire Thanksgiving dinner she made. It must have been some sort of like social class or something because she was trying to be a teacher. Right. So she double majored in psychology and education. And Godwin, I don't think so. You're not being anyone's therapist, and she could not pass statistics. So, anyways, and then clearly she attempted somewhat to try to be a teacher, and I don't know what happened. She was doing it at Avery School, I remember it, and I was like, "What the?" She made me call her Mrs. Kent. They let her in there at least one day, and that's probably why they went, "Okay, this isn't going to work out." Yeah. For all I know, she was just volunteering that day, and it had nothing to do with their teaching degree. But I remember it in gym class. They must have let her. I don't know if she was student teaching or she was like a substitute or something. She shouldn't even have been in my gym class. And I specifically remember she wanted me to call her Mrs. Kent. She wouldn't let me call her mom. That's the clue that you're not supposed to be doing this. You shouldn't be in a classroom I'm in at all. You just told your kid to call you Mrs. Kent? Okay, no, this isn't going to work out. Anyways, it's like a video. Like I'm watching it in my mind. And they had that thing that has the colors. It's that it's like a canvas, and then you hold it up like this, and all the kids walk around. I'm pretty sure we were doing that in the gymnasium at Avery School. So, anyways, some of the stuff she says about her upbringing, Candy told me that her family says it's all a bunch of crap, that she's been doing that since she's a kid. She just makes up things. So I would probably agree with that. Like she completely idolized her mother, and it can't make any sense. Yeah. So when I saw the things with Barbara Streisand, I went, did someone check into her background to see if it was true? Was it the father she idolized? Okay, and she didn't like the mother. She idolizes both of her parents. Yeah. So, no, was it? What? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the father that she idolized, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, she did it to both of her parents, and apparently Candy. I'm pretty sure Candy said that her siblings said that the father beat the mother, that it was constantly beating the mother. Right, so you go, yeah. So, anyways, it's difficult to say with her if you can really blame her upbringing on her psychiatric condition, because I'm kind of thinking, considering her offspring, that she has some sort of genetic thing going on with the reduced capacity. And what's weird about it is that the people are not being diagnosed as mentally retarded. Okay, like I'm pretty sure that God told me that her mother had something because I looked it up, and I can't remember the name of it, but it causes like those short. It's a whole presentation, and one of them is those short fingers that you can see in the photograph she has of her mother. It's like short, fat fingers. Some of the stuff with the belly it really seems to be a mentally retarded woman. and who clearly shouldn't even have been married, and then having all those children, and then she died when she was like 36 from probably just pushing out that many kids, and if she was being beaten and stuff like that. Yeah, so anyways, I don't know if you can really blame her upbringing on that, because you look at the other siblings and stuff too. And then, like I said, it really seems like she has children that are reduced capacity that weren't diagnosed, and so they were never put in proper programs. Okay. And then I don't know, you could have people at Avery School go, every time we've attempted to get this woman's children into a program, she prevents it from happening. I would say that's true if they ever said that. Right? Just completely isolating family group, which obviously you should be like warning about abuse when someone's doing that. So again, it wasn't a good thing when she got a divorce, because she used to enjoy socializing with Tom's family, because I think she has a very difficult time forming friendships. So again, that was a terrible thing to happen to her, because she was friendly with Tom's family, and she would make Thanksgiving dinners. And then she had that friend she's always talking about named Gail Fogarty. Remember that? And then after the divorce, her entire life fell apart, and she became completely dependent on her children, namely Candy. Right? I understand that she was like 19 and 20. In her perspectives is that her mother is so terrible, and all these bad things that her mother did, uh, not understanding the things that she was doing, obviously. So, anyways, I think that has a lot to do with tensions between these two people and Candy. Uh, some of that stuff, it's not really my. I have no interest in talking to this woman's family, but some people put a stop to it too, because they could have read it on Facebook if they had an interest in their own sort of background and other people, and they go, oh, okay, I see. Okay, so that was going on, because most of them weren't even born yet. Okay, so that was going on. And okay, that explains why they don't get along. That makes perfect sense. There's a lot of stuff that's void, because you have, from my perspective, one family member that literally goes around even children and telling them stuff about adults. And then the adults don't do it. They don't do it in return. And they don't even inform that person's children about her. They just, because that's not appropriate to do. Right? So some people, when they grow up, they go, okay, so it's what? Oh, all right. So that's why they don't like each other. It's not any of the things that she said. Okay. They have all these issues with the different father, and they're going to fight over fathers and stepmothers, and they're going to fight over this mother perpetually. And but yet hate her. You're going to hate her, but fight over, destroy your life. You're going to make sure that none of her children or her grandchildren want anything to do with her, because she's so terrible. But then you all try to basically take over her role. Okay. So anyway, this back to the thing about the narcissist. Hold on.
I could fix something in me to make this relationship work. Oh, that's such an important topic. So I think narcissism is a word that gets thrown around a lot. It seems a little bit like a spectrum, right? Like there are people that talk about themselves a lot, but then how many people are actual narcissists? So this is a spitball, right? What we don't have is a good study that's ever sort of said what percent of the population is really narcissistic at a level it causes trouble for other people. Here's my spitball. I'm going with around 1 in 6, 1 in 7. So somewhere between like 12 and 15, 16%. That's not a small number. So
No.
it means if you know 6 or 7 people, odds are someone in that group is behaving in this
Okay.
way. And so that's a problem because that might be your one relationship where you keep trying to fix it. And if this is a person really close to you, it's a real no.
Maybe they're just selfish. Like, how
Yeah,
would you even know which is which?
So it goes beyond just selfish, right? A selfish person can actually be empathic, right? They really can. They can care about your feelings, but really focus on their stuff more. You got to add all the other stuff. So selfishness is a key piece, but entitlement, lack of self-awareness, arrogance, and it's that lack of empathy. That's a big one. There's just a lack of caring about other people. There's a superficiality. There's the being vapid. Yes, there's selfishness. There's manipulation. There's gaslighting. This isn't just
Bosses,
selfishness.
I feel like, have that.
Yeah.
Maybe not
Does she think that it's basically like a child's mind, like I'm saying? Right. It doesn't really make it any easier to deal with the person, but if you're a child of one of them and that helps you, yeah, understand why they can't give to you, I guess, what you're looking for. I think they do obsess on their children, but their children are just basically characters in their play, from what I could tell. It's not that I wouldn't even say they don't care about their children. I wouldn't even say that. It's just they view their children basically as facets of them. I don't know if it means they don't care about them. I don't know if I would say that. But children are not your lovers and stuff, right? Whether or not they can care about friends and lovers, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't really, there's not a really testimony in that, but I think that she probably, I definitely think she misses a time in her life. She used to talk about it all the time. I think she misses a time in her life when she was married, for sure. Even the business with George and all that, I think it was basically she's manic and she should have been on medication. And had Tom not took the opportunity to escape and be completely pissed off about an adult that was still living in the house that was 19 or 20 and pregnant and wanted her boyfriend to move in and wouldn't stop trying to control a household, he could have sectioned her to a friggin' hospital. He's her husband. But he just opted not to do that because he probably took the opportunity to escape her. He never, according to her, and they never intended to get married, right? But I know I'm a little bit contradictory because I'm like sort of like running it through my mind again. Yeah, like you can have sort of probably a mixed attitude about someone that's mentally ill like that you're married to, because he did seem obsessed with her and stuff. But the only other thing I can see about that is that he couldn't tolerate that his children couldn't see her the way he did or something. That's what happens, dude. That's why you don't have children with someone like that. Children are naturally it's difficult for children to view their parent like that. That's why I would never deal with children that need psychotherapy. It's pointless. They have people that specialize in that because they have the patience of it, right? Anyways, it might have been that. Yeah, because it really seems like how could a person in that day and age not realize he could section his wife to a hospital? No one ever suggested that to him with her history. Yeah, like he probably didn't want to do it because it was basically his excuse for getting away from her. Because his mother died, both of his parents were dead, so he could do it then. If you're not familiar with Tom Kent, his parents were Catholic and they lived together. Even though they weren't consummating their marriage anymore, they wouldn't get a divorce. Okay, so that's what he was raised in. So yeah, his father died before that, and his mother died in 1980. So that was his opportunity to get away from her. He didn't have to keep doing that anymore. So maybe the way that he was with me and constantly asking about her is he was mad and frustrated at an 8 or a 9-year-old. Okay, well, that's not a father. That's not a father for me. Like clearly, it's two people that never should have had any children. But you're never gonna cut it with me as the other species, and you're definitely not gonna cut it with me by behaving like that towards a little child. Grow up a little bit before you have children, folks. Children remember things, pads of paper, and this is what she gets paid, and this is her monthly income, and asking me about George and stuff. Children remember things.
Oh yeah, you are not a narcissist. But there are, there's some. Oh heck yeah! I feel like there's ego.
Yes.
That goes along with it, right? Like I know better than you.
But it's not as simple as I know better than you. It's I know better than you and you're dumb.
Oh, I
So
see.
you gotta have that little you're dumb dig so I get to stay superior to you.
Jeez.
Because if someone knows better than you, okay. Yeah, but do I have to be dumb?
Well,
to feel the same?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so
Your book, you talk about something called future faking.
Yes. So
What is that?
so future faking is such a nefarious thing.
Is it possible that some people are dumb? Sorry, you knew that was coming with that comment.
Damn it, because it's about making a future promise to someone to keep them on the chain or to get something you want out of them. Hey, I'm going to do this for you down the road. Could you do this for me now? They never do it. Or, listen, I'm going to change. I'm going to get therapy. Like, give me 6 months. 6 months passes, you stayed in the relationship, nothing changes. In a year, yeah, we're going to move. I know you want to
Keep
move.
kicking the can.
Keep kicking the can and then keep moving the goalposts. And so people will look back and say, I lost another 1 year, 2 years.
Like, I'm gonna go to court first, and then I'll go into a detox. People like that. And then you go, hell no. I know all about your court cases. And wouldn't they just put you in a diversion program? Right. The hospital will tell the court that you're in a hospital.
You're 5 years.
So how do you know, do they change? I mean, can they change if they really want to?
I mean, probably not enough to change the patterns in a relationship that are causing the problems.
I wouldn't say
We're not
he's a
talking about little changes
narcissist,
like,
no.
I remember to say thank you once this week. The big self-awareness of having, I feel you, I see you, I'm attuned to you, you matter changes, forget about it.
oh my
We should also point out your book, It's Not You, is on Maria Shriver's imprint.
Yes.
Maria is really,
killing it.
and she's also very particular about
Yeah, she
who
is.
gets
Yeah.
on the imprint. So I'm excited.
I know, we cannot wait to read it. Thank you so much.
When someone's using like that, all you can say about them is that they're a drug addict. That's why they go into a hospital. Brian Buchanan and all of you. That's why they go into a hospital. People that if you ever in a day, Brian Buchanan or anybody like you that's using like that every single day, if you ever in a day talk to a psychiatrist or a doctor and you're not in a psychiatric ward after several days at least, and they tell you that something about yourself, you need to run away from them. Because until you're in a hospital and off of all that shit, no one can diagnose you with anything. You're a drug addict. That's it. Everything drug addict, drug addict, drug addict, drug addict, drug addict. That's why you were brought to a psychiatric hospital. First of all, I'm not cool and I'm not an expert at the effects of drugs. Like whether you're actually having a panic attack. Oh, didn't you know that? He's probably high and he's on this and he's cocaine. Really? That's why I took him to a hospital. Because those people have things that go in your arm and take out your blood, and then they know what he's on. And if he was there for 30 days, they would have watched him completely lose his shit and flip out and have several panic attacks in a row. And then not know what the fuck day it is. And then they would know if he's using a shower, if he even knows how to brush his fucking teeth anymore. Get it? Stop telling me just, oh, he's a wicked bad drug addict. You didn't know?
So much. It's gonna a lot of people.
That's not a regular user. It's every single day. The dude is never sober. Like, seriously, there's people shaving that down and raping that. And people are that disgusting. I can't. And then you tell me to step out of the room and I'm trying to protect that person? We're done. Absolutely. 25-year-old, some people are better off. I don't mean to sound mean, but that's what these people plan to do with each and every one of you. How do you think that guy ended up like that? His whole, according to his testimony, his whole entire life has been that. He had to be taken away from his mother and put in foster care because his mother was a crack addict and he was abused. Right? That's his dude's entire life. All he thinks he is a dick. Right? He is an asshole, but you go, he can't have a diagnosis. That's why he's brought to a fucking psychiatric hospital that does detoxes. Did you leave the hospital? Oh my fucking God. Of course, everybody that I know that didn't see him anymore goes, he's got to be fucking dead. Because you just go, there's no way he's going to make it. I'm the Virgin Mary. That's a fucking psychiatric hospital that does detoxes. How the fuck did he end up out of it? Get it? You don't need a Faulkner hospital. I would. Sorry, 7 million people, but when you realize people are that fucking incompetent, they're only going to harm everybody. You don't need a Faulkner hospital. Close it the fuck down. It doesn't matter how much of an asshole he is. Nope, that has nothing. None of that has changed because, okay, see, he's just a throwaway and it's okay what we did. Okay, close a fucking hospital. Say any of them ever talked like that? He's been in here this many times. We're closing your fucking hospital. We're 100%. You knew how many times he'd been in here when you fucking agreed to admit him from Attleboro Stop and Shop on my phone. Get it? Also, I'm the Virgin Mother, so yeah, I expect you to help a person when I leave. I go there and you tell me to fucking leave and he ends up outside. Any of it. Say that they wanted to call as emergency contact. All of that shit should have taken place with me still sitting there. Anywho. Right, if there was another person and then that person showed up, I should have been fucking sitting right there. Anyways. Never in a day did any of that go away. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, I guess I'll put the eggs on. Never in a day did any of that go away. Nope. Sometimes I understand. I don't know if it's I wouldn't say it's the whole species, but there's definitely people. It's almost like you're in a room of children. It's like growing up here. And then you're gonna do this and that when she was saying that and the other and her hair is green. And you just go, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? If you're not used to hearing that shit, I grew up with it. It's like it is like a room full of dysfunctional children where everything is a deflection from what you're doing. And it's allowed. Oh yeah, just you're not involved in this conversation. You don't do that apparently when you think your children are a circus show that you make and create. They don't even have a second parent involved in the mix. It's just you. I've seen people like that. Okay, and nope. Tell so and so. I knew someone, I'm gonna spare her a fucking name, that would lay in a bed. I'm not kidding you. Lay in a bed and go, tell so and so to come, and then they both come, and it becomes a whole circus show that she directs from her fucking bed. And that's called the mother. Okay. Whatever. Oh, I need the other things because I have socks on now. Some people know who I'm talking about because they remember. And then this is a tattletale. It's like, oh my god, I never want to hear that fucking phrase ever. That's what a parent wants. They want a whole family of tattletales, the children. think it makes them feel better if everyone is having cognitive problems. He said that he was just talking to Cindy. Someone knows if he was actually just talking to Cindy, right? Okay. I know you just go, I don't know, man. I've heard some crazy shit in the past couple of years, so pardon me. Oh, I usually eat at the table. Pardon me, just when I don't see two people talking to each other, right? I've seen some weird stuff in the past couple of years. He says he was just talking to Cindy and that she was saying the same thing. So someone knows if he was just talking to her, right? Okay. I said something about. Yeah, where's my headphones? I'll probably shut this off in a second so I can eat, but he said that I was talking about setting a time for myself to not wait too late to eat because I was falling asleep or whatever without eating dinner, right? Because for me, it has to do with having to go downstairs, but it's all good. So he was saying that Cindy said the same thing, that's been happening to her, and then he started talking about her. Has it been happening to you too, or just her and Cindy? Like, are you falling asleep without making meals? Right. Yeah. So it makes them feel better, I think, if everybody is sort of having a cognitive problem. Because he goes, oh, this, as opposed to panic, right? You would think panic, but he goes, there must be something going around. Yeah, there's something going around, all right. It's called ionizing radiation and a brain plague. There's something going around, all right. There's something going around. Please don't even get me going. Just, nope, because I don't want my internet shut off. So you just go, I'm paying out the ass for TV or paying out the ass for cable. It's like, all right, we can go with that because I just have internet. So see why I would go. He actually just talked to Cindy, right? See why I would question that? Not I'm fucking insane. Thank you. That's why I was questioning if they were actually talking to Scott or not. It is like that. I gotta see a person with my own fucking eyes and hear him talking. Yeah. Yeah. There's something going on. Obviously, that makes my mood better. It's just, okay, this can only go on so long then, because clearly I don't know, man. I guess you just go, are you gonna let that woman out of that fucking room now, or? Oh, it doesn't matter anyway because it's the Passover and they're all gonna kill us anyway. Oh, God. Nothing matters anyways.